then we send announcement. And then we retweet tweet. See, this is how you get famous. You get a bunch of bots to retweet all of your tweets for you.
It works.
And then we get rid of embeds because they take up the entire announcement on Discord. Okay. We are here. Welcome, everybody. We are going to be kicking things off right about now with a team practice, VOD reviews, practice session thing. Very accurately named, of course, with a team called The Pieces. We're maybe going to stall a little bit because Opal, who actually did the reservation here, is still in traffic and they are on their way back. So they're not available just yet to be here. But we can get talking maybe a little bit about maybe team comps and some of our first match. First of all, hello to everybody, to Bad Gamer, to Night Cloudy, to Six Rivergale, to 2G Wolf, to Rat, to Menace. Famous Speedrun? I don't know what that refers to. To Gracie, push notification brought me in. Thank you, push notification. And welcome, Get Money. And hi, Charex and Thundervolts. And Z-Tech.
Oh, wait, that's me. Wait, whoops.
Hi, Jem. Good afternoon. Would you like to see Ohio? I've seen Ohio. I guess if you really want me to see more of Ohio, then sure. And hi, Corella Eelsley, and Green Toaster Dude and Junior Gamer, and TW Neo, and oh my god, the chat is actually going so fast that I'm missing things because they're okay. Well, I did my best, but it's probably time for us to start talking to the other team now. Hello, everybody, and hello, Devi. Okay. So let's go. Oh yeah, I remember. This is the Ari who was saying things in the Discord. So now you're that person with the yellow Discord label. Cool. Okay. Anyway, we've got some uploads here of matches that were played, and I am going to really quickly get those up on the screen here. So it's all black. I'm not even there. And now I'm there out of the darkness. Whoa. And then we've got this. And that's very zoomed in. So we're going to work on that. Let's squeeze that down a little bit. Okay. Sometimes I have to mess with the windows a little bit while I'm filming something, and they get squeesh. So, okay. So we're getting started here, and hello, Annie. Jump scare. I like where you're thinking. With that. That has title of an emote potential. If someone can come up with an emote that would be appropriate for that title. Anyway, thoughts on new info dropped on X. There's new info dropped on X Battle. I will have to go and take a look at that, and that'll be a thing we do right after this. And by right after this, I mean like 2 hours from now, because this is a team practice. But I will look into that and remind me everybody to do so, because that's interesting. Should do a jump scare for an intro. I did a jump scare for an intro. What wasn't it? Right, the one about Splatfest balance, where I'm like, "Hey everybody!" at the very beginning, and everyone freaked out. It wasn't actually intended to be scary, but everyone started comparing me to Germa after that, and I'm like, "Well, okay, I can live with this." So, anyway, let's take a look at the match. We are going to be hearing their callouts, and so if the callouts, oh my god, so I've got it set up in such a way that my mouse cannot actually reach the volume slider. So hopefully this is a good volume, and if not, I'm going to have to mess with it a little bit. But, oh wait, I could probably just do it from here. Okay. So it's a little bit quiet on my end. I'm hoping that it's reasonable for other people, because usually the YouTube video beat is on the loud side for the stream compared to me. Also, thank you. Oh, whoops. Thank you so much for the raid, Buzzyco. Appreciate you. Buzzyco is one of our mods on the Discord server. Good to have him. All right. It's Yankee time. Oh my God. Phantomu's profile picture, they just added a Yankees hat on top of it, so in response to some Yankee with no brim meme. So anyway, we're looking at the yellow team here, I believe. Question mark?
Yep. Yes.
If the color's
Yes,
yellow,
okay.
yeah.
All right. So this is, they're actually, we've got 2 CDSs, or I keep saying CDS. It's just the dually squelchers. We don't have a custom dually squelchers kit yet, and I'm going to start messing that up as soon as we have one. Because in Splatoon 2, I got in the habit of only ever saying CDS, because nobody used the dually squelchers. And then they started using the dually squelchers, and it messed everything up. And that kit needs to still be bad so that I can say things right. So anyway, we've got a Junior, we've got a Machine, we've got a dually squelchers, and we've got a Hydra, and we're playing Zones. I think Zones is definitely the best mode to play this comp for, because this is a very, very passive comp. This is a comp that has a lot of midline, and it's very difficult to push in against them. You've got the Junior who can spam bombs, you've got the Machine that can spam fizzies and put out really big hitboxes and just absolutely wall off choke points. And then the dually squelchers don't have a very fast kill time, so they don't want to get super close to you. But it is so difficult to push those things because they will kite you back for days using jump tech to make sure you can never get close enough. And then Hydra, if you are not careful about the way you push up, the Hydra just deletes 2 of your teammates, and now you're sad. So this is a team which is very, very strong on defense. Like, it is so difficult to push in against this team. But it's also a team that I don't feel like can move up very fast. Like, if you had to push into the enemy base with this team, you'd probably be forcing, like, the Junior and Machine to play a little bit more aggressively than I think either of them prefer to do. So this is a very control-oriented comp here. You're not trying to push things very quickly. You're trying to just put up a wall and wait until the picks come your way from people pushing into you harder than they're really capable of. Then on the other side, it's very similar. They've also got a dually squelchers and a Machine. Then instead of the Hydra, they've got an E-Leader. So that's going to be better in the 1v1 matchup for them, in that the E-Leader counters the Hydra. But the Hydra, one advantage that it has is that it is actually a better answer to the rest of the team. Because an E-Leader can only take out one player at a time. A Hydra can just shred an entire group of people. So the Hydra is going to be looking here for picks and fights against the other teammates, whereas the Hydra is going to be the E-Leader is going to be trying to track down the enemy Hydra and take them out of play so the rest of their team can function. And that would be my guess about how that's going to work out in the back line. The one really big difference in the comps here is that they have a Tetradualies. The Tetradualies are a weapon that dives. It is a weapon that will just swim in a sea of enemy ink, in a sea of enemy players, and just go for trades and picks whenever it can find them. It's going to be really, really dangerous, especially to weapons like your Machine and your Junior. The Machine gets countered by it because it has the ability to close distance despite having its feet painted, and it has a faster kill time. And the Junior is going to get beaten by it because the Junior gets outranged by it. The other 2 weapons can kind of keep their distance from it and not have to worry about it as much, but it's going to be really, really important to paint. Not because the Tetras especially care about that paint, but because you need information on where the Tetris player is. You can't let the Tetris player shark close to you. You want to force them to be using some of their roles to get close to you in the first place, so that you have more warning about them where they're showing up, and you can collapse on them more effectively. So I think a big win condition for the enemy team is just, can they get these Tetras to dive in and get picks? If they can, that's going to be a really good thing for them. If they can't, they've got a Booyah Bomb that they can use to move you guys around a little bit, but then they've just got 2 Wave Breakers, and those are not specials that they can use to push in. So with their comp that is relatively weak at pushing in and demands for you to be pushing into them to get picks, and your comp, which is also very passive and demands them to be pushing into you to get picks, I think the big deciding factor here is, can those Tetras actually get in on you guys? Or are you going to be able to isolate the Tetras, take them out, and then hold ground in your 4v3 and be able to lock them out of the zone? I think that's the big question here, but we'll see how it plays out. So here we go. And are all of the people who were playing in this match in the call with us right now? Here, let me see.
Yeah, and also, hi, Opal.
Oh, and Opal's saying hi. Let me see if there's a higher quality option. Nope, we're at the highest it gets. Okay. All right. Anyway.
It's really similar now that I think about it.
Okay, I do need to turn up the callouts a little bit because I just can't hear them myself. So turn them up there, and I will turn my volume up a little bit.
Oh yeah, what the fuck?
There we go, that's better. Okay. So I'm going to listen a little bit to the start of this as we're moving on up. Was Opal dropping into the VC? Yeah, there's Opal. Hi, Opal. So we've got Kit who's in the call, Opal who's in the call, Raiden who's in the call, and Usario, who...
That's user. He's also in the call.
He's also
user.
in the call.
Okay, username. Yeah, gotcha. All right. So now I know who I'm referring to when I say things.
Okay, got this. We're so silly. This
All right, I like hearing we've got this. I like the kind of vibe I'm getting already. This is positive. This is not... It may be a little bit nervous, but it's not in a way that's going to transfer that nervousness to other people. There's not a lot of negativity that I'm hearing there, so this is already a good look.
Ely, of course. Okay.
Yep.
Why is their mom just scary? It's really similar now that I think about it.
It would probably be a good idea, and this is, again, we're only seeing this from this one perspective, so our junior player here is probably going to get a little bit more feedback just by nature of us being able to see more of what they're doing, so fair warning there. Like, that's not to say we couldn't find just as many things with the other players, it's just we're not seeing as many things from the other players. But one thing that I would definitely recommend on the rollout is to check the map at least once. It's a good idea to have maybe somebody who is checking for enemy gear in the upper right, because that's something that shows when you check map, and maybe somebody to be checking for enemy positions. So, excuse me. So early on in the game, the paint trails that players put out are very telling because there's no other paint on the map to mask what they're doing. If you see a line going in a certain direction, there's going to be a player that's going in that certain direction, unless it's like a curling bomb they dropped or something in a different way. And even then, it still gives you information about where they are. So having that information is going to be really important right now because now we're in mid, and we need to kind of know where the danger is. If there's somebody on the left-hand side, like we need to be backing up a little bit, focusing on the left, and making sure we get bombs over the top of this. But if the danger's from the right-hand side, us doing that is just going to get us flanked. If they're all in mid, then we, kind of want to have a holding pattern here. But we also want to make sure that we don't let them get in over the stacks here. So the information is really, really important to have right now. We want to know what we've got to be looking at when we get into mid so that we're not kind of sitting here in a holding pattern waiting for something to happen.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? Everyone is going mid. Yep.
So like there is someone coming up on top left, and if we'd known that that was coming, we would really want to put someone... Honestly, I think we really want to put someone over the left stack in the first place. On Mako Mart, that's just an important enough strategic position. You don't want to let someone get here and get high ground over the rest of your team. I would say the machine is probably a really good choice for locking this out. Being back on the back, on our screen here, the back left side of this stack lets a weapon that can arc up, that can fire arcing shots, like a slosher, to an extent a roller or a blaster. it can let them hit things that players that are on the edge here can't hit because they would hit the floor if they were trying to hit the straight line that you're on. And so that's a really solid position to put your like bucket player on, so that they can lock that down and prevent your team from getting flanked like this. Because now this one player is demanding so much attention that you're having to give up all of mid, when you could have just had someone up there preemptively checking that in the first place.
Someone dropped down as well.
There are two on the left, and the question I was in.
All right, so we regain control of the stack. We don't lose control of pretty much anything for that push. And as such, I'm surprised that the Tetras haven't dove in there by now. Maybe they were the one who were up on stacks. I wasn't paying a ton of attention to who it was. But I'm surprised that they haven't tried to make anything happen yet.
Nice.
There they are, and they go down instantly. Okay. So this is a really good trend that we want to see. We want to see that when these Tetras dive, they're immediately seeing resistance and they're immediately getting taken out before they can get anywhere. If you guys can keep doing that, I think that's... And if you can keep doing that and you don't let the E-leader get random picks, then I think you guys can win this game based on your team comps here. So let's see how the rest of it develops. So we're hearing that there's a fight going on the left here.
They're dead. What? They're looking to the left?
So we've heard something left, the machines to the left, a couple of times. Granted, Junior is a little bit further away from that, but it might be good to at least like take a look to the left, maybe throw a bomb over there, see if there's some place where you can have an impact. It would only take like half a second to collect that information, and who knows, maybe you help trade this fight back so that you keep your numbers advantage. And we're also hearing they're behind. As soon as you hear a call behind, that's a time where you really want to be careful about pushing forward or anything like that, because if the enemy team is behind you, then you don't want to be engaging with anybody in any other direction yet. You want to deal with one side at a time. You don't want to end up in a two-front war. You don't want to end up pinched. So I like the call-outs that we're getting. I like that the call came before your machine went down. So that you guys are making sure that people are informed as soon as the threat is known. But it's going to be important to collapse on that as a team to like trade back and keep each other safe in these situations. So the Junior pushing up this far might be a little bit preemptive, especially with the other strongest pushing weapon on your team going down here. We might want to like back up, play a little bit more defensively, and play around the backside of zone and try and deal with this threat before the enemy team can collapse in on us.
One behind. Waving mid.
Okay, you do back up in time to not get isolated. And wow, we shred that real quick on this team. It's obviously ideal not to get marked, but I mean, you're doing okay because you've got dually squelchers watching your left side, you've got a Hydra watching your right. Nobody's interested in trying to push into that until the Tetras are back up. So you guys are doing fine right now. Did you have a question? Sorry, I thought I heard something.
I don't think so. It might just be like stuff picking up from me. I'm so sorry.
Okay. No worries, no worries. Also, anytime you guys have a question, I give you this order. You interrupt me with that question. All right. I don't care how much of a roll I'm on. I don't care how much you're like, woo, I'm enjoying this ride. Woo. Cut me off. Just cut me off and ask the question. All right. You all have full license and, in fact, instructions to interrupt me if there is anything you want to know before you forget the question. All right. All right.
All right. No,
I have a question.
Question?
Since you said that our team was very midline based, should we have a player that is frontline?
It depends on how you want to play. This is a comp that I think works decently well for splat zones. Because all you really need to do is keep control of the middle of the map. You're not having to push very far into the enemy base. With a mode like Tower or Rainmaker, especially Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, I would say. Those are modes where you really need some pushing power. You need to be able to push other players out of the way. And this comp can do that. It just does it very slowly. And that is a disadvantage to a degree, because you want to be pushing when you have an advantage. You want to be pushing when you've got some kind of way to know that you're more likely to win a fight than they are. And so if you're pushing slowly, what that means is that the advantage that you have, you'll be able to make it less far up on the map before you lose that advantage. A faster pushing comp is the kind of thing where you like run a bunch of splooshes and you know KO Rainmaker in 30 seconds. That's the sort of thing that like you would see in like Splatoon 2, where if people were really trying to just get the game done quickly, and that like any opening that they got, they were going to be able to take it and run really quickly with it. They would run like backlineless comps. They would shove people forward into the enemy spawn as soon as, you know, the slightest advantage was won. And generally, even across any mode, the faster a team comp is, the more favored it tends to be at top level. That said, it can absolutely still work to run a control-based comp. The condition for a control-based comp to work is that you have to have some way of gaining control of the spot you need to take control of. Something that I would like you guys to watch when you get the opportunity is, oh shoot, what match? It was an American tournament. I think it was like an NA Nintendo tournament or something like that, or I know it was something online. Oh shoot, I'm forgetting. There was some major that happened that I actually covered at one point, where Kings were playing, and it was on Wahoo Zones, and they're playing against Starburst. This was like the finals of the tournament. And
I remember that one word.
Okay. So what Kings ran, if I remember correctly, is Double Machine, Dually Squelchers, and like Junior or something like that, which is actually a pretty similar comp to what you guys are running. And what they did with it was, it was Wahoo Zones. Oh, if it was a Flingza. It was a Flingza. So they had Dually Squelchers, I think 2 machines, and a Flingza roller. So what they did with that was they just sat on the top left when they were locked out of zone. And then from top left, since there was so little space that they needed to cover to get from top left to the zone, they could actually just afford to use a single special per player and use that to walk the short distance they had to go to get to the zone, and then they were on top of it. And so they never needed quite as much pushing power, because there was always a Booyah Bomb and missiles to displace people out of the way for them to be able to move up to the zone, and then another Booyah Bomb for them to use to be able to hold the zone. And from there, they were able to set up a defense, and the control comp was able to go into full effect. So there are definitely some map modes where it'll work better. There are definitely, you know, some situations where you might need a little bit more pushing power. But I think for this, it'll work. You just need a way in. You just need to be able to push them forward enough that if they do gain control of the zone, you're not just getting completely boxed in by these Tetra Dualies. And I think you have enough of that. Like, I think between like the Junior and the Machine and maybe the CDS getting a good angle, you should be able to get far enough forward that you can start contesting the zone again, and from there your comp is in a better place. So that's the long answer to that question.
Want to load the Dodgers?
Thank you.
Oh yeah. We definitely want to be jumping over these Wavebreaker lines. Just as a general habit, like practice this in solo, practice this in team comps, but like being marked is a massive disadvantage, and the extra damage that it does doesn't help either. Literally the only reason that you get picked by the Tetras here is that the Tetras know exactly where you are. If you're just kind of sitting back here and sharking the way that you were, they might know your rough area, but they don't know where to aim at yet. They know where to aim at because the Wavebreaker reveals you here. So I think that getting hit by that Wavebreaker is directly responsible for this pick. Now, are there ways that you could have played it the slightest bit better? I would say so. So, like, as soon as you see them here, if you recognize that you are a Junior and you do not have range to hit this, you realize that you must not push this. the way to fight this is to throw a bomb at it and stay out of its range. Because if you try to push into this, for one thing, they're dualies, and dualies can kite. Dualies can be firing while backing up away from you. So they will keep their range advantage over you for longer than other weapons will from the same position. But they will also just be hitting you before you can hit them. And you, in fact, do start firing before you're really getting in range or getting your aim on. So this 1v1 is definitely doomed, and we needed to kind of back up away from that. But they only engaged on that 1v1 because they knew where you were in the first place. So those are the major things I would say to watch out for there. That's a huge pick for them because you're one of the best painting weapons on your team. And now that that's down, they might have a shot of being able to cap. Somewhere else on the map, the dually squelchers went down. I didn't catch what happened there.
I poked the one is load.
They go down over there. Must have been a bomb, I guess?
I poked the one is load, the squelchers.
Yeah, so I guess it's like a combination wave breaker and some bomb damage or something like that. So good job there. You guys are able to trade that back, and that gives you the best shot you're going to have of being able to cap the zone. One thing you might be struggling with there is maybe you're thinking that the line is the friendly wave breaker when in fact it's the enemy wave breaker. There is a slight tint to the color of that line that shows which team is activating it. So the yellow one is friendly, and then the purple one is the one you've got to jump.
Okay, the one here doing what too.
Booyah got me.
The one here doing what too.
Booyah got me.
So it looks like the booyah. Okay. So we'd throw the booyah at the back of right stacks, which I think is actually a pretty good spot to put it if there's any follow-up on it. Unfortunately, at the time that we're launching that booyah bomb, everybody ends up going down. So now it's just the Hydra who's left. But I like that we're not using the booyah bomb to paint zone, that we're using it to displace the enemy team. That's really important. The booyah bomb is not a very strong tool for painting zone. If it's all you've got, then you can't get close enough to them to do anything about it, and you just have to throw that booyah to get the zone. Then so be it, go for it. But you can't expect it to even neutralize the zone if there's even one person watching. And it's definitely not going to cap the zone unless you've already got it most of the way painted and you just need that extra little bit of burst paint. But most of the time your main weapon is actually better for painting the zone than the booyah bomb is, and you would be better off if you're just trying to paint the zone and that's all you want to do with it. Just save it for when you need to fight and use it there instead. In this case, the reason that the booyah bomb isn't going to end up working is just that there's nobody there to follow up on it. And a special like booyah bomb really needs somebody else looking at what's going on with the booyah bomb and in range, so that the booyah bomb can force an enemy player to isolate themselves and move towards your teammate who is waiting to splat them. If you just force them to move and then there's no follow-up on that and they're able to just walk right back to where they were before, that's when it's not going to have an impact. And like I said, that's not the problem here. The problem here is we were all down before the booyah bomb could be launched. So Hydra tries to drop back. That doesn't end up working. You do not want to be getting that close to the ledge in all likelihood. This bomb is dropping on an enemy ink, so even if that does directly threaten someone, even if there is someone right here, there is no other pressure that's going to prevent them from moving in any direction, and now they know that you're up here. If a machine were here, they would already be sloshing up, trying to paint your feet, and hoping that they can keep you stuck here long enough that they can do enough damage to get the team staggered. Right now, instead of trying to do damage to the enemy team, instead of trying to push them back or anything like that, with this many players down, we really need to be trying to paint up, make sure that we're safe where we're at, and resetting, waiting for the rest of our teammates to come back in before we do anything. The most that you want to do right now is paint for your special so that you have that ready to go as soon as the push is about to start.
I was trying to, but they lodging got me.
So like something you could be doing, for example, is painting up this area here to try and get special and also give you more room to move. As long as nobody's shooting at you from down here, you should be okay. This drop is going to die, yeah. Again, like you can look up at the screen here and see, oh, we've got 3 up. That's not true. Remember that everyone went down, and these 2 players are still respawning. So this is just dropping off a ledge into enemy ink where we already saw an opponent, and we have no escape route. Dropping off a ledge in general should always be an alarm bell in your head. It should always be like, I'm about to do this. Is this a dumb idea? Because a lot of the time, people just die for dropping off of ledges. The problem with dropping off a ledge is that you have no escape route once you get down over the side. Even if this wall is paintable, and here it is not, to be clear, you still need to turn your back to the opponent, paint that spot, and then go squid form and move up it. And if you paint that spot and get onto the wall, all they have to do is paint the spot above the wall and stop you from going up over the top. You're in a slightly better case in this game with painting the wall because you can squid roll off it, but that's still, you'd still rather just be fighting them directly instead of, I'm going to turn my back to you for a few seconds just so I can squid roll off the wall once. So here you have 2 ways to go. One way is to the left, which you've only painted up this far, and that's where the opponent is guarding, so that's not going to be safe to go to. The other way is right, which is completely purple, and we know that it's completely purple because when we were over on the right, we could look down and see that the area even further to the right of this was also painted purple. You are confined to this area right here, and there is a Tetradulies player on top of you. This is not a 1v1 that your weapon wins, and you're not going to have any support from your teammates. It would be hard for them to support you even if they were up here behind you. The most they would probably do here is trade this back, but because we're so alone and because we've taken away all of our escape routes, we're going to get splatted for this.
Almost had one.
Remember also that their team is very good at controlling zone. Like, the the DS are going to be hard to push. The machine is going to be hard to push. We're going to have to push very carefully at certain angles because the E-leader is going to be cutting off some of the angles that we can push at. So these 3 weapons are very good at lockouts, and they're in extended positions. They're up in front of you guys. So you need to poke very carefully, paint very carefully, know where people are before you decide to go and try and test any of their defenses. So what's going to happen now is because the junior goes down here, the team is staggered, and we're going to stay at a numbers disadvantage until we wait and stop taking fights and get everyone respawned again.
Their leader.
Up someone on.
And, okay, there's a trade, which isn't the worst thing, but a trade will still maintain the numbers disadvantage. We're still this member down because of that fight that the junior took earlier when they were first up. And so because this member is down, this fight was a 3v4, and trading 1-for-1 turns it into a 2v3. We still don't have a numbers advantage because of the fight that happened. At least we didn't go down 2-for-0, but we're still down.
Oh no.
And now there's another player who ends up going down. They get rushed down as they try to help with this fight. So we're still staggered. We're still in a 2v3. And that's, again, happening because we're at a numbers disadvantage. This is... I talk about this in the How to Get Out of S Plus video on the YouTube channel called... the section is called the Feed Stagger Loop. When you're at a numbers disadvantage, if you take a fight, you're likely to stay at a numbers disadvantage. As soon as anybody goes down, as soon as there's any kind of numbers disadvantage, the team needs to regroup. The team needs to not be picked again until somebody else on their team is back up and they're able to equalize that advantage. Because if you just wait 10 seconds, these players will be back up, and then you'll have a 4v4 instead of being at the 2v3 that you've been at for the last probably 15 seconds now.
Oh. Between the...
Another thing that you can be doing to try and make this safer is, as the junior player, like I said, instead of making aggressive plays, paint up right now. Make sure that like this Tetras can't get around and use your own bunker against you because they've got so much paint up here. Make it so that like if the Hydra needs to get into that position on the left-hand side, they can do so and not be painting like a neon yellow trail through enemy ink to get there. And have escape routes once they get there so that they can dodge away from stuff. I will say that I think the position that the Hydra was in back here where they get picked is very exposed. Like, you'll notice that nothing here is painted for them. So they probably didn't want to be there in the first place, especially against a weapon like a machine that can hit up over ledges like this. You either want to be hugging cover a lot closer or just not trying to push that right now. The Hydra is not a weapon that's going to be good on the front lines. The Hydra is a weapon that is going to lock in control that your frontliners earn for your team. The Hydra is not a weapon that's going to gain that control themselves very reliably because they can't move forward very quickly. And since they have long range, they're going to want to play wide open sight lines. And enemy players are going to set up ambushes if the Hydra tries to push forward too much. So for all of these reasons, the Hydra wants to be further behind the rest of its team. They don't want to be the first player forward. And they definitely, want to have escape routes painted and want to not be showing themselves in a position where we're all down here.
Oh, no. Oh.
Here again, your escape routes are not very good here. You could have this whole area on your left painted right now, and then you would be able to move left, you would be able to move backwards, you would be able to move right. But now you can only move specifically back and right, because otherwise you will hit enemy ink and be forced to stand up and be a sitting duck for one more sloshing machine shot. So get all of this painted up. One of the biggest pieces of utility that the junior can provide the team is to specifically be painting so that the rest of them have more movement options, and so that you get special faster. Because that special is extremely powerful on both zones and tower control, and so having it here, once you can make it back to the zone, popping the bubble on the zone just prevents them from painting, and you can kind of get a cap for free.
Maybe into the three. The three guy shot me up. They will not lead. It lead into the left.
I would still like... So we're painting a little bit more now. I would like us to be more intentional and efficient about the paint here.
Shot me up.
So with painting, let me... I'm going to really quickly screen share... Oh, I just realized I haven't been screen sharing with you guys. I'm going to screen share my... So you guys have been dealing with stream delay is the problem with that.
Yeah, it's alright though.
I will screen share here with you guys, and then I'm going to switch screens real quick to show a concept about painting.
Ooh, okay.
So... with most geometry in this game, you're probably dealing with a mostly angular area, an area that has sides instead of being round. Just a lot of it is rectangles and stuff. And so if you try to paint at an angle like this, you can see that there are some splotches in the ink, and you're not going to paint very thoroughly across that stretch by doing this sort of thing to try and control a rectangle. What you want to be doing is using the fact that your shots can... they're kind of coming out of a central point. So if you move sideways, you're going to naturally create rectangles just by doing that.
Didn't you mention something about this in one video about when you move it back and forth like that, that's wave aiming and it doesn't make your shots as consistent, right?
Wave aiming is different. So wave aiming is basically an issue of accuracy when you're aiming at a target.
Okay.
So,
sorry, mix the two up.
Wave aiming is when you miss shots, but because you overshoot your aim, and then you realize you've missed, and you swing back to the other direction, but you overshoot in that direction, and you're kind of going back and forth like this. That's what I call
okay, I see.
So you are hitting some shots, and that's why people do it, because they'll at least consistently do some damage. At least, holy crap, this is the luckiest dummy I've ever seen. So you'll at least hit some shots, but it takes a lot longer and wastes a lot more of your ink tank. But what I'm talking about here is a painting pattern. So completely different tasks that we're trying to complete here. We're trying to take, let's say... Also, thank you so much for the raid, SQ Flash, and welcome in everybody who came along. So let's take, these 6 squares on the ground right here, and say, this is about the size of the bunker on Mako Mart. We want to paint this up. Now, if we go in this way, look at like what happens with the splotches in the ink here. Like, look at how little of that actually gets covered. It's pretty inefficient. If we instead do this, a lot more of it gets covered up because of the shape that we're creating with our ink. You can kind of make a rectangle by just consistently strafing to one side and painting in front of you, and that's a more effective way to cover this. Note also that I am going kind of up and down here, so I'm going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And that is to make sure that there are fewer of these little spots that are left in the ink that aren't painted. Because this might be kind of subtle with the junior, but here's what it looks like when I just hold the button down. And then here's what it looks like when I'm taking the time to do that up-down motion. You can see that like these bigger specks here aren't there. That's because of this up-down thing that I'm doing. Because I'm aiming at this spot, and then at this spot, and then at this spot, all the way down, it's making sure to put like the first shot I put out on those locations instead of just kind of spreading it around randomly. So I don't know exactly what the mechanics of that are, but that is the way that you want to be painting here. Now, this seems like a really small optimization, like doing this and then having to go back. Like, that's not that bad, but doing things faster in this game is extremely important because of how fast-paced the game is. Like, the advantage that I get from coming up over the ledge like that instead of coming up over the ledge like this is so insanely valuable. Like, doing this first one like this will save your life in a lot of situations that you're being chased compared to doing this. And I can't even stop myself from doing the jump over the top. Doing this is like so much slower, and you will probably get shot a number of times for not doing that sort of ledge canceled business. So little optimizations like that, whenever you can find them, they're more important than you think to be getting those down. Thank you also for the membership, Splash again. Appreciate having you aboard. So I'm going to switch back to the VOD now. Now that we've talked about that painting pattern here. Oh, that is not the thing. This is the thing. Did you guys didn't lose your view, did you?
No, we didn't.
No,
Okay,
we
cool.
can still see it on Discord.
Perfect.
With a lead.
Yeah.
All right.
It leading to the left. Set me up.
Okay.
With a lead.
So I don't know if we meant to fall here. Another thing here is that with this block blocking our path, what I'm worried about is that the Tetras are behind this block, and they see these kinds of shots coming out here. They see that like you're aiming at the block and stuff, and that they can close distance at you. If you don't know what's around the left-hand side over here, you want to be taking this a little bit wider so that if you get jumped on, you're able to run away before that happens. Like taking the turn by moving further to the left here before you go forward is going to be a lot safer, because that was a blind corner that you kind of just face-checked. Most of the time, you know, there's going to be nobody there, but if you don't know somebody's there, you have to expect that somebody's there and push around that more safely. Otherwise, you know, some kind of ambush weapon is going to be able to splat you for moving like that. Okay, so we're backing up here. I would definitely have put a bomb in the way on the way around here. So, like, right now we just need to back up to the right around the corner and get away from this. This is not a fight we win. But then, as I'm going around, I'd roll a bomb and put it right here. And that will slow this player down enough that they are not able to chase me anymore. And from there, I can, you know, go and do whatever else I was looking to do. But from here, you know, you stand and fire more shots, and you do get hit again, which was dangerous for sure.
Okay.
And they do actually manage to chase you down off of that shot. So, again, the bomb would have put enough space between you and the opponent that you were going to be able to retreat from that just fine and not get stuck the way that we did. Also, if you're getting pushed this hard, I want to be hearing about that on comms at least once. I want to be hearing, like, machine or freezer, pushing me left, help left, help left. And the further into your base they get, the louder and more urgent I want those calls to be, because this player is pushing themselves further and further out of safety. If you get them all the way over to this corner here, my goodness, another raid. If you get them all the way over to this corner here, and somebody on your team is up on your bunker and is able to drop down on top of them here, then that could be an ambush that actually gets you guys a pick. Like, they play this extremely aggressively. If we just have any kind of pressure on them from here, and they know that that's coming, now your team might be able to follow up on that. But because we don't know that the fight's happening until
I did call this one out. I'm surprised I didn't.
Well, let me listen one more time, but let's see.
Here with a lead. It leading to the left.
Maybe I called it out like very late. It might have been like after I got splattered or something.
Machine. Left side.
Since this was a huge flank.
Yeah, you do call like
missed it.
Left is machine or something like that, but like in this case, where especially they're chasing me that far, this is more urgent and repeated for me. Anytime that there is something that your team needs to focus. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Thank you, Yuki, for the raid, and thank you, Ram, for the 10 gifted memberships. You guys are... You are being so disruptive to class right now, and I really appreciate it. Anyway.
Y'all just don't get a break.
Oh my god, thank you so much. Ram has been very generous to the channel, and I appreciate the heck out of them. So, anyway. Yo, interruption to class, anarchy. Stand on top of tables and throw gum in people's hair. Woo! Oh dear.
Imagine disrupting the world with free school supplies.
Use a tri-flusher bucket.
A bucket man.
I'm a bucket man. Bucket man. Something, something, something. I don't know the words of this song, actually. Anyway, going back to it, we get into a 4v4 situation right here.
Oh no.
Um,
Between the
as the junior's painting up here.
Between the three. The three guys.
So it is now that everybody's up. Well, okay, now the machine goes down again. I didn't notice that before. But the machine is coming up soon. Okay. This is the first time in the last... Let's see how long that you guys have 4 up.
It's a bit bad.
Okay. So right here, 4:19, let's say, on the clock. And we don't get 4 all up at the same time again until 3:28 or so. So 50 seconds that you guys were staggered. Every little, every little feed, every little death like that does add up by a lot. So that really emphasizes the importance of knowing the numbers advantage and playing to the numbers advantage. If you are 1 member down, you do not force fights. You take maybe like a free pick if it presents itself, but even then expect it to be traded back. Because there are more opponents that are looking at you than you are looking at opponents. And if they're in good positions where they can all cover each other, eventually they should be able to trade you back unless you can get a really quick pick and put yourself behind cover or something or jump out. So definitely err on the side of backing up whenever you have teammates down. But in the meantime, what you can be doing is painting for special, and that's not something that I wasn't seeing an awful lot, or at least wasn't seeing happening very quickly. So keep both of those things in mind. But like right now, in this position right here, if y'all stay alive, you have 2 specials and they don't have anything to work with. So you can use these to start taking some space back. Maybe you drop a wave breaker into freezer or something and start dropping into freezer and using the wave breaker to push your way back in. Neither of these are great pushing specials. Like, they're not great at like moving the enemy team out of the way. You probably want a booyah bomb to go in with. But at least you know you're all out here and you're ready to go and you've got these things ready to go and you have more resources. But what we need to be doing is forming ourselves up in such a way that once we have all of those resources ready, we then use them at the same time, and we're not getting stuck in individual fights like this. If this is an individual fight, if you're engaged in this, if this is something that they're pushing pretty hard, you've got to call everybody else over to it and make it a team fight instead of making this a 1v1. Because as the junior, you do not expect to beat any single one of these weapons in a 1v1 in most situations. You have to be right on top of them, and you'd probably want to have a bubble before you go for it. So from here, if you're going to try and take this fight, you pop the bubble and you call everybody over to it. If you're just running away from this, you call that they're chasing you left and get everyone to watch it. But either way, we need support here to make this play work, because otherwise we're just going to stagger again. Also, thank you so much for the repeat membership, Afro Spook. Anyone else in the 2-month squad? I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't been paying enough attention to chat to know who would be, but thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Okay.
Offering machine. Left side.
Okay.
The machine does rotate over here to try and help. I think.
Yeah, I noticed a little too late, I think.
What would be... honestly, you're not getting there too late if we're moving effectively away from this or, like, using cover. What we might have wanted to do was move... Like, once we got around the corner, move a little bit towards this direction so this wall is blocking them for longer. But something that might have helped a little bit more than using the sloshing machine itself is getting a fizzy ready to throw over here, so that it's controlling this whole space around this area and painting more and preventing them from getting around. Because the fizzy bomb is going to reach a little bit further than the slosh will. So that
That's
way
really smart.
you don't have to get into their range, and you can use that instead.
Nice.
So Junior goes down, and we end up trading the Tetras again. Now... Again, when your team is not all together and taking the same fight, this trade isn't worth it. Because you're taking a big risk going after that player, for one thing. They do have a faster kill time than you. But for another thing, now that you have a member down, trading only maintains the numbers disadvantage. The idea with trading, the theory of it, is that trading maintains the status quo. It keeps things stuck at the way that they currently are for longer. And as the team trying to push back into the splat zone, you do not want that. That is how the other team wins the game. They don't have anything to push anywhere. They don't have to move you guys anywhere in particular. They just need to stop you from painting the zone. And if they're going to do that by flanking you around the far left side, then that works. If they're going to do that by having the Tetras run in and trade repeatedly, a trade which, by the way, this particular weapon wins just because it has more quick respawn, and so even if it goes down first, it has less risk involved, then they're happy to do that.
So, question.
Mm-hmm.
How, whenever we are acting as a 4-person team, do we get everyone on the same page about which shot to take and where to go?
Callouts. That is exactly it.
Okay, but everyone's doing callouts. So I guess my question is, how do we determine the hierarchy?
Yeah, and I was about to explain more about that and how that's going to work. But so, for example, the Hydra is very unlikely to end up initiating a fight. Like if the Hydra is initiating on you, you're already dead. Is the kind of idea. So either, the Hydra just gets a free pick that it was able to get because it was able to reach from very far away, or the Hydra is waiting for somebody else to do something. So Hydra probably not going to be the one calling the frontline engagements here. Typically, you're going to have 1 or 2 players on your team who are the primary initiators, the ones who have the weapons that are best suited to starting a fight and not losing it. These are the skirmishers on your team. So do you know what I mean when I say skirmisher? Have you watched the videos that I've talked about that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the skirmisher's job is to start the fights so that the rest of the team can finish the fights. And so in most situations, I would say that you want your machine or your dually squelchers here to be the ones who are like, I'm getting pushed from here, help left, or push right with me, or something like that. So when they make that kind of call, everybody else, like as soon as you hear one call like that, that's the play. That's the play that has been called, and you guys are committing to that if you possibly can. Obviously, if you're on the other end of the map, then there's only so much you can do. But you try not to be on the other side of the map from everybody as part of the goal here. You want to spread out a little bit so you don't get killed by AoE and you can cover multiple angles. But you also never want to be so far apart from any given teammate that you can't be close enough to at least throw a bomb in their direction and try and help them that way. So you want to stay a little bit more grouped up than you have been, like no sending a single player peeking around the left-hand side while everyone's still spawning back in, for example. And then somebody sees an opportunity, makes a call, everyone dives on it. And sometimes that opportunity is just, hey, we have more specials, I'm booyahing, go in on this. And then the idea is you look for who gets displaced by that booyah bomb and try to take an advantageous fight on someone who's running away from it. And that's sort of the idea. Or you just use it to take space and you move forward into that space and start painting it up and start saying, this is our spot now. And then maybe you put up a big bubbler. Like there are a lot of different ways that you could push in here, but we need for... a lot of teams fall on the idea of, I need to locate all of the opponents with my callouts, and that's what the callouts are for. Like, machine is on left is one of these kinds of callouts. And that's helpful, but it's not a callout that gets your team doing something. It's not coordination that way. That's just like a little bit of a boost to information. That if you're in that state, you're a little bit better than you would be in solo queue, but what really makes a strong team push over VC is your ability to call a play and for everyone to make that play with you, to be on the same page. And what that means is, like, as soon as there's a call for you to do something, immediate commitment to that. And if you weren't in position to have an immediate commitment to that, then either that player was too far forward or you were too far back, and that's a discussion to have as a team after the game. So in this situation, here's what I would have done. First of all, as the junior player, I wouldn't want to just be poking around the left-hand side, because that's a pretty dangerous position to be taking if I don't have any follow-up, since I don't win 1v1s against like any of these weapons. Once I was being chased, though, I'm calling, machine chasing me left, help left. Notice how I've said that like 3 times with a certain sense of urgency. And while I'm not like panicking and like making my teammates freak out over here, I am making it certain that like there is urgency here. Like they need to move quickly to help me here. And
okay,
that will
so be
get
more
everyone to
aggressive
you.
or assertive with it.
Yeah, and that's specifically for situations where there is an engagement currently happening and immediate action is required on your team's part to determine the success of that engagement. If you're in a position where you know that the rest of the team can't get there to help you, you may not need to say anything at all about it. If you're in a position where you're sure that you're going to win and you don't think you need any help, then maybe you don't need to call it. So there are some cases where even if you're taking an engagement, it doesn't need to be this urgent. But here, this is a situation like, if my team helps, then this will actually go well for us. Like, they are overcommitting on the left-hand side. We could actually go in and take the fight on this isolated player and potentially pick them for this. Your team is really good at stopping people from over-aggressing. Like, if you aim the Hydra in this direction, if you get your CDS down and start them skirmishing this player, that could be a big problem for them. So, the big thing here is that since you've got such a defensive comp, you're always looking for players that are isolating themselves against you. You're looking for players who are over-aggressing. So when you get someone like that, when you're starting to skirmish, and that is what this junior player is doing, they are starting a fight and trying not to lose it. It's the job of the slayers, which in this case becomes literally any weapon that can help you, because the machine is looking at you instead of them. Then it's their job to follow up on that engagement fast enough to keep the skirmisher alive. We've talked about, the roles that weapons tend to play best in my videos, and I think a lot of people get the wrong idea about that, the dually squelchers are a skirmisher. That is what they do. I should be skirmishing with these. And, it's not 100%. If you're playing the weapon to its strengths, maybe you'll be skirmishing 60% of the time. But some of that time is going to be, they're engaged on my teammate, they have their back turned to me, and I have a weapon that splats people. Therefore, I will splat them. Some of the time, it's, we need control of the zone, and my weapon happens to paint really darn well, so I will paint the zone. It's probably not even going to be 60% skirmishing. You do whatever the team needs of you in that moment. It's just, you want to set yourself up with set plays and whatnot, so that you're putting your weapons in positions where they can do the thing that they do best by default. And then they're responding to situations that happen from there. So, like I said, in this case, the junior is skirmishing. Now, would I like the junior to be skirmishing? No. I think the junior should already be dead. By the time, before they get around either of those corners, this is a push that often will just get punished immediately, and there's not a lot of counterplay to it. But you started to get away, and you noticed that the opponent was still chasing you, and was chasing you pretty far. So now you're a skirmisher. Now you've engaged in a fight. You're trying not to lose it. It's time to bring everybody else on board. And it might just be a matter of you thought you were safe and you didn't recognize the danger of them continuing to push you. But this is the kind of situation where your team... I would call the team uncoordinated right now from what I've seen in this game, in the sense that we're not looking at the same things, and we're going down a lot because we're taking individual fights instead of getting everyone to focus on the same fight and popping specials and making that fight a winning fight.
So
now there's a machine on our bunker here.
Got their machine.
Okay, good job cleaning that up, because they're really over-aggressing here against a Hydra and a machine. They really don't need to be dying here. All they really need to do is slow you guys down from moving out on the left-hand side. If the machine can stop you guys from taking left, then your only way in is right, and right is pretty obvious, and they see that coming across mid. And so that's really dangerous for you guys. Typically, on paper, most teams, I think, prefer to get the most of their push out on splat zones on the left side. So you want to be putting, I'd say the junior and the machine, or the junior and the dually squelchers around on the left-hand side. Maybe have the machine or the Hydra up in one of these kinds of positions, watching over them from high ground. And then you kind of collapse on left stack, get control of left stack, have the Hydra protect them from the right so that nobody can flank them, and then you move up to the zone from there. That's probably a typical rollout plan that you'll see a team use. But all of those things, in order to happen, we need to be waiting until our entire team is up. We need to have a special or two ready to go by the time everyone else is up. So, the first player who's alive, just spend some time painting for special and making sure you have that ready to go from a safe position, so that when your team does come in, you have some firepower that you can launch back the other way to make space for your team to start moving back in. And that's how you want to orchestrate it.
Okay.
Had Lily on top.
I feel like there might have been a point that I was trying to make at the beginning of that sentence, and I just took too long finishing it and forgot that.
We sort of went on the tangent of decisiveness of callouts and just continued on from there. So
Yeah.
So from here, this is desperation mode. With this little time left on the clock, I don't care what weapon you're using. You are doing everything in your power to get close enough to the zone to paint it, and using whatever tools that are at your disposal to paint it, disregarding your own life, disregarding enemy positions. Because if you take too long to get to the zone, you will lose the game 100% of the time. If you take a disadvantageous position, but one that gets you to the zone, you're probably going to die. But, if you don't, you might save the game. Right now, like, we do not have time to be backing up and staying on this ledge. We are dropping down, and we are in position to be painting the zone as soon as this booyah bomb goes off.
No, push, just push.
Okay.
Oh, they got
Like, we are not looking behind us. We are not looking at, like, anything that's going on back there, because this Hydra can't reach the zone very well from here and won't paint the zone very well anyway. The fact that you have an opponent who's behind you is actually probably to your benefit, because that's one player fewer on the enemy team who is out painting you on the zone. We need to just cap the zone, because we will lose the game if we don't.
Okay.
Oh, they got
Okay.
me.
Yeah, so disregard your own safety. Like, when there's that little time left, just go for the objective. You do not have time to get anything else.
I tried to throw a booyah bomb, and I was hoping I could rush in there to maybe get to get it like capped enough to where everybody could push back in, but it didn't.
You succeeded throwing
work out.
booyah bomb.
I
It
did
was the rest
succeed
of us
in
that
doing
made
that.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The booyah bomb goes off, and that's about the best that the Hydra is going to be able to accomplish from that position. What the rest of the team needed to do, though, was hold forward, get to the zone, and just put as much paint on the zone as possible. Like, you don't even fight the opponents from here. If you fight the opponents, your paint is going off the zone. You're not actually hitting someone who is going to, like, splat the zone. Like, if you splat someone on the zone, that's one thing, because that paints the zone for your team and removes some of their paint from play. That's a good play to go for. But if they're still behind you in your freezer, they'll be on you, and there'll be a problem in the next second or two, but it doesn't take a second or two to cap the zone. You cap the zone first, and then you get splatted by them and respawn, but now you have a penalty that they have to work through, and you have another chance to push back in.
Gotcha.
But there is not nearly enough hold forward, make desperation play in you guys' body language here. You're kind of just giving up the game by not going hard enough for the zone right here, right now. We've got to drop. We've got to go after them. There's probably someone sharking. We're probably going to go down, but that's probably and not for sure. The way we for sure lose the game is if we don't paint the zone, and we end up not painting the zone enough.
Just stop them. No, push, just push.
Okay.
Oh, they got.
Yeah, like right here, if you drop down over the ledge, you maybe have a little bit of an element of surprise. Like, they should be expecting you to go for this, but if, for example, they don't know exactly where you're going to come from, you have maybe a second or so to move to the zone and start painting it before they're going to recognize, oh, shoot, wait, zone. And it might get neutralized in that time. It might even get capped in that time if they're a little bit slow on the reaction to it, or if they've pushed too far in. You know, somebody's on the ledge behind you. That Hydra actually doesn't matter anymore because they can't paint the zone from there. They should be worrying more about the junior that slipped through onto the zone than they should be worrying about the Hydra right now.
Yeah. I think what I was worried about whenever I turned around was, oh shoot, somebody's going to come up behind me and ruin my chance at taking zone. That was the only thing that had thrown me off.
The only thing that ruins your chance of taking zone at this point is, like, not putting paint down in these 4 ticks that you've got left.
Right.
If they take time to splat you, but you get down enough paint on zone, your teammate might still be able to cap it. But any shots that they're firing at you, they're not firing at the zone. And any shots you're firing at them are shots that are not landing on the zone. And the zone is all that's really important at this point in time. So,
Okay.
So that's like we want to shift our priorities more radically as the game starts to reach its conclusion and literally just throw ourselves at it. And that's the best shot that we're going to give ourselves of staying in the game there. Okay. So how about this? We've got a good number of you guys that are here in... Let me switch OBS over to the other screen. We've got a good number of you guys that are here in the call with us. Are there any of you guys that are not available to boot up the game and play right now?
Oh
I would
my
have
god.
to switch to my phone, but aside from that, I'm good.
Oh my god. Okay. Let me get.
I will be eating at the same time.
Okay. So that is... I was actually hoping that like one person would be unavailable so that I could include myself in this group, because I want to kind of show the sorts of callouts that I'm looking for you guys to make. And I think like hearing them yourself and having that example within your team comp is at least as much as I can insert myself in.
Deal. I'll sit down and listen.
Would be a good way to do it.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Oh my god, okay. Sorry. I'm very
Actually,
so
I'm not able. I'm
is-
not able to talk
Oh, you're not
right
able to?
now.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'd be able to play later, but I can't right now.
Yeah,
Wish
no worries.
fulfillment, Gem. Wish
Thank you.
fulfillment.
So I
Let
guess
me.
Opal, you'll be having him then.
Where's a good chat to put the friend code in?
Anywhere, I think.
Yeah, we're very loose about that. You can put it in
Alright.
general if you
Yeah.
would like.
So there's that.
Oh.
So let's just have. We could probably just have like one of you guys add me, and then everyone else can join
Okay,
off them.
I'll add you right now. I already
Alright.
have it up, so.
Sounds good. And then so we're gonna have. Sorry, who is it that was sitting out?
Geo.
is sitting out, and
Okay.
I'm just about to switch, so I'm gonna leave for like 1 second and rejoin.
All right. So it's going to be actually the same team that we had before, minus user. And what was user playing? Was user the
User was the Hydra.
Hydra? Okay. That's actually not a. That's actually not a bad role for me to step into, actually.
Okay.
Because then I can see more of the map and I can make some calls from there.
I also sent the request out, so.
All right, sounds good.
I'm
Oh
also
my
not
God.
able to play.
Oh no! Okay.
All right, let me see what I can do then.
Oh, I hit 200 hours.
I'm not holding everybody.
There we go.
It's no good. I'm getting set up now.
Actually, I should be able to.
Oh my god, he did it again. Ram with another 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Ram. That's so kind of you.
Ram over here just giving us more time to get it set up. Like, yay, okay, let's do this.
So many VMOs. Okay, so if we're gonna have another player absent, I will replace that player instead.
I'll play.
No, okay. I should
okay.
be able to grab the.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'll stay on the Hydra.
Can I volunteer as tribute?
All right, real quick, everybody say hi to Frog.
Oh, geez,
Oh,
he's so
Frog.
cute!
Frog.
Oh,
I don't even see
Frog.
the stream right now, but it sounds adorable.
I love
Frog.
him. He means everything to me. I love him.
Okay, and then so it's Kit, Opal, Raiden, and those are the three that are joining me here.
Okay.
I don't see the friend code yet. Is that?
I already friended it.
Oh, that works. I'll just wait for
So I am going to DM each of you the pass. Ooh, no, that's not working. How can I get you guys the password in a way that only you guys will see it? That's something I need right now. Oh wait, I
don't
can
we
use
have a
the
group chat?
DM chat. The DM chat would work.
Yeah, that's
Or
good.
the VC chat, because you guys are the only ones who
Yeah.
are in this. So there you guys go.
Oh yeah. Okay. There we go. I'm so excited. Okay. Okay. I'm putting in the code right now.
What did you pause that? Who is that? What? Don't you ever do that.
Sorry, still taking some time.
Caleb's like, I will close my eyes, I promise. I'm sorry, but there are other people who will not close their eyes.
You join? I'm just sort of watching your name, seeing.
Yeah, so Kit's in now.
There it is.
And there's Opal.
Running all over the place.
My team has 6 people in it. Is it still okay for
No.
team coaching? Yeah, that's totally fine.
In the way of team comps?
So we've got right now we've got a junior and we've got a machine. I'm gonna fill for whatever your team would normally play. That is missing from that.
Well, that game we did run like 2 weapons. We don't exactly. Well, user plays Hydra sometimes, and Kid is very kind of new to Flush.
Right. User was actually filling in for our back line that would usually be available. Oftentimes, he's actually more of a skirmisher. So...
Okay, so like what's another weapon that like what's the weapon pool that you would expect to have with these 3 players? Like what would you be looking for to have on your team?
It oftentimes handles Exploiter. It's either that or Splash-O-Matic.
Yeah, Splash.
Splash? Okay, I can run Splash. That'll work really well for this exercise.
There we go.
Okay. So, taking a look at this. The primary, like, skirmisher initiator types are probably going to be Kit or Raiden. It will be my job, and to an extent Opal's job, to be watching whatever fights develop on their ends. And if there's some, like, you guys are there to kind of create space and to maybe get engagements started. But whenever anything is happening, I need a call out from you guys so that the front line can follow up on that. And if I have a fight that is starting up around me, then I'm going to be calling for help on that immediately, and I'm going to want, you know, bombs thrown in that direction if you're not close enough to use your main weapon, but main weapons if you can possibly get there to use them. This is Hagglefish and Hammerhead Tower. So I guess we'll talk a little bit about game planning once we see which of those 2 it ends up being, but these are very snowball-y sorts of maps. It's going to be really important for Opal to stay alive and have a big bubbler for the tower when we start to push it. So I would, if I'm Opal, I'm erring on the side of staying alive here rather than trying to dive in on fights with everybody else. It'd be really nice for Kit to be able to get Booyah Bombs for starting engagements. And the Wave Breaker, you know, whenever you think it could be useful, go for it. And then for Crab Tank, there are some specific positions that I will want to take with that. So in some cases, I will be playing a little bit more like a backliner because I want to get into a good position to Crab Tank from. And it'll be kind of more up to you guys to defend the zone in front of the tower here. So...
Alright.
Let's get things started.
Okay. Sorry I was gone for a second.
You're good, you're good.
Hi guys, I just came back from like trying to repair something from my family.
Okay, no worries.
Fine, just in time.
Maybe my wrist warmed up a little bit. Hi, one of the players they went against in that scrim. I'm Dad. Was the name of that player Dad? I don't know. Okay, so we ended up on Hammerhead, so goal is just to get mid-control early. I'm going to play a little bit passive until I get a good opportunity, especially because we don't want to push in too carelessly against the roller. We've got to paint meticulously so they can't sneak up on us.
Splash has Ninja Squid.
Alright, good call.
I got one dead.
Nice. Okay, well, let's start moving up and putting some pressure on them. Watch out for this knot.
Oh.
Yes, I...
Okay, good trade, good trade. Someone's down to a bomb, though, so we're even at this point. Be careful.
Yeah.
There was a curling bomb into mid, so watch out for the roller to be there. Alright, I'm going to have crab soon, so I'm going to use that to try and stop the push.
Alright. I almost have Booyah,
Crabbing.
so...
One down on tower.
Hotly got me.
Nautilus weak in mid. They're crabbing as well in mid. I got shredded.
Up.
Alright, We're a little bunched up. Be careful we don't get hit with AoE stuff.
All right.
I'm harassing tobacco tower. Nice. Good
One
job
down.
cleaning that up. Just Hydra and Nautilus. They can't push in on us. Just let the tower move back and don't stay on it for too long if it's not safe. Let's paint our way in and poke at them.
Okay, I have buoy bomb.
I pushed
Got
it
one.
far.
Nautilus in front of tower.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump over this wave breaker without dying. Oh, crud. I got hit again. I should probably jump out to one of you. Alright. We do not want to stay in this rain for too long. Let's make sure we get to safe spots.
Fucking hell, Spotling got me. I'm left.
Alright, I'm gonna jump out. Oh, shoot. No, I'm not gonna jump out. I'm gonna get pushed. There. Alright, I'm out. I have crowd. Stay alive until I can get there and use it.
All right.
Alright, they backed up a little bit. I'm using it on the knot. Wave breaker's
I
down.
got knocked
Focusing
down.
tower. Tower is down. There's a crab here. Crab is
Alright.
shredded.
On tower. Oh, you either got me.
One more on tower. I'm aggressing this directly. Got him. Pushing into mid. Pushing into mid.
I was in buoy bomb.
Got one. Not on me on right. Need help with knot. Thank you. Pushing up into right. Watch the roller. Watch the roller. They're down. Nice. One got me on right. They're dropped.
Dean.
Good stuff. Good
Got
stuff.
one.
All right, now we got control. Let's get someone on tower and let's get in front of
Okay.
it. Now we may not have control, but we'll see if we can cheese a checkpoint with the bubbler.
Got E leader.
All right, it's already down. I'm gonna get in front of this and try and stop the roller from getting in because that's all that's gonna stop us for now. Okay, that's check. I'm crabbing. Let's try and keep our position here.
I got one down.
Nice. There was one who dropped right. I don't know where they're at exactly. Oh, I can't make it across that. Well, that sucks. We're not on tower.
Nope.
Here, I'll hop on.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I try to back up.
All right, we gotta back up now because we don't have numbers. We want to make sure that whenever we do have control up in front like that, that there is someone on objective, and if there isn't, then let's make sure to call that out as soon as we can.
Okay.
Like if you were on tower and you got off or something like that, then make sure you call that.
Okay.
Careful, Kit, you're stuck in there.
Yeah, I was trying to get E leader and then I got cornered by Spotling.
Yeah. Sometimes we don't have to get the leader. Sometimes we just need to threaten them enough that they can't stay where they're trying to go. I got two. Push up, push up. Two in front, two in front. Got one. Last one, not down. Let's go.
Yeah.
Tower.
On tower, using bubble.
Hang up.
Crabbing, so try and keep them back.
Throwing wave breaker.
Alright. I've got buoy bomb.
Throwing bomb.
E-leader's top right. I hit him a few times, but I'm not going to get him. Roller's dropping.
One drop.
Roller
Got
weak.
roller.
Nice.
Oh,
One more. Drop
okay,
on right.
E leader
Got
as
him.
well.
Good call, good call. Pushing leader.
Jumping back.
Ugh, they should have got
Nice.
me.
Jumping.
Okay, I'm staying way up here because
I'm on
even if I
tower.
go down, it takes them longer to get to the tower, and we
Oh.
get through checkpoint. Cheese it for as many points as you can get.
I'd get off power.
All right.
I think just back up.
I'm just gonna swim back in. Yeah, see if you can back up,
Two.
Kit.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm getting back on tower.
Time.
There's someone who dropped down in the left pit, I think. Okay, there they are. They're on tower. They got bubble. Careful. Shred the bubble before we do anything to that.
Yep.
There you go.
You
Big
later
down.
half.
Another one behind. Got them.
What's up, crab?
Ah. Whew.
Ooh, okay.
That was a little spooky. Two in
And
front
now
of us.
we
We can push this. We can push this.
Okay.
Got one. One on tower.
Knock
Roller on
off.
me. Roller got me. Roller in front of you in mid. They're getting on. We just got to clear tower of those two, and then we're good.
One down.
Oh,
On it.
okay,
Good
there
stuff,
we
good
go.
stuff.
There we go.
Oh, shit, me one. Oh, my stats are not gonna be pretty.
So, did it feel different playing there with me calling all those shots than it did in the previous
felt
games?
A lot
A lot.
better.
Yeah. Now, I have a lot of experience as a shot caller, and I'm also just, frankly,
shit.
mechanically pretty strong compared to the players we were playing against. But that sort of coordination is definitely achievable for you guys. What you need to be happening is for some frontline weapon, somebody who has a good head for that sort of thing, to be spotting like what fights we should be taking and when, and to be just yelling those at people so that we all focus on it. And you will hear this when you listen to top-level teams play. Like, a call-out will... Oh, we are missing someone. I'm going to sleep mode this to get out of this. Does it look like somebody dropped out of the match?
Hey, no, two.
What you said just cut out, so I don't know exactly what you said, but...
I said sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. So... Ooh, it kicked me out of the lobby, too. When you listen to, like, top-level callouts, it'll sound just like crazy yelling, because there'll be an engagement, and they'll just be like, H3 left, H3 left, H3 left, on me, I'm ouch. Like, and they're doing that because in terms of, like, macro scale game planning stuff, they already know what they want everyone on the team to do. Like, they already know that, like, on Hammerhead Tower, we are rushing 2 players down left pit, and they're pinching into mid with the 1 player who's watching mid. And once we get a pick, we're getting on the tower, and the junior's the one who's riding the tower because they're going to pop a big bubbler, and everybody else is going to push forward, and the E-leader's going to take this position. Like, they know all of those things because they've planned them out before the game. It's generally very helpful to have a plan for what your team is going to do when you're on defense, what your team is going to do in the neutral game when the tower is in mid, and what your team is going to do on offense, and have at least those 3 situations labbed out, and, like, you've figured out, like, where your team wants to go and what they want to do during those positions. And it takes a long time to kind of negotiate with the team and figure those kinds of plans out. Some teams, especially at higher levels, will actually just have a whole playbook of things that they're going to do, and they'll know that before they go into the match. A lot of teams will instead just start game planning at the beginning of the match and be like, okay, we're going to have this player go here, this player go here, this player go here. On defense, do this. On offense, do this. And they're doing that while they're in weapon select and while they're loading into the match and, like, seeing the opening cutscene. Their game plan especially might shift in response to what the other team's comp is, which is why some of that conversation might have to be done as you're rolling out into mid. But once you've got that sort of a game plan, the only thing that you need to communicate is what fight you're taking. Because you should know roughly where the rest of your teammates are and what you have to do to help them. And at that point, it's just, this one. Same kind of deal happens in you see this in, like, League of Legends too, where a team fight at top level is just everyone yelling the name of one champion that they need to die first. So that's where you want to be getting to with your shot calls. They're not just, here is where this player is, do what you will with that information. It's, here's what you're going to frickin' do right now with this information. That's what you want to be getting across over the comms more than the callouts. You cannot be a GPS for your team. Like, there are some positions where it's like, if you call that there is a player here, it is very obvious what you need to do about it. Like, Tetra's behind us. Okay, I'm turning around and fighting the Tetris right now. Like, I know what that means. And so there are some cases where that's all you need to say. But if you're just calling, okay, so sniper on snipe, and oh shoot, I got shot by the frontliner, you know? You focus on what's an immediate threat to you and the rest of the team as a whole, and you try to get as much firepower as you can on those things that you absolutely need to move out of the way. So hopefully that's giving you a little bit more of an idea.
It definitely is.
We have a little bit of time, and so if you want, I'm trying to think of... what I want to do ideally is, like, watch you guys while you're playing live, but there isn't a great way to do that outside of, like, having you guys on spectator cam and a PB, and we don't have enough players to be able to do a scrim or something right now. So
we can ask the other people.
Get some of the other teams. We have like 3 teams in chat, and all of them are always really eager for this sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, if we can get one of those going really quickly, then let's see if we can assemble the Avengers here. But if we can't get one of those in like a few minutes, then we can just go and watch the second match instead and talk about it in the context of what we've discussed already.
Okay.
So let's put out the bat signal there, and then as soon as we have enough players, I'll rely on one of you guys to be checking the Discord and keeping track of that. In the
I
meantime,
have it open as I watch the stream.
cool.
So.
Yeah, I think in the meantime, I'll get started on the second match, and then once you guys are able to get them ready, you guys make a PB with them. And I'll transition into joining that as soon as I know that lobby is up. All right, sound good?
All right. That's
right
good
now.
to me. Yep.
So far.
Okay, awesome. So I am going to switch, or no, I don't need to switch windows because it's going to be showing the correct thing. I am going to go to the second match, and this may, end abruptly, but we will figure it out as we go. So, match number 2. All right, so pretty similar comp. We're just swapping out a CDS or dually squelchers for a slosher. And then a very similar comp on their part, the only difference being that they have, instead of a machine, they have a roller. So they, again, have a very aggressive team comp relative to yours. The slosher is a little bit more aggressive than the sloshing machine, but it's still a weapon that would prefer other weapons to initiate for it. It doesn't want to just run forward and get stuff started. So...
Okay, yo te roles al Ninja Squid.
So we know that there's one on the left-hand side, and there's always someone on the left-hand side. This is just a place that somebody's going to be sitting. You've got to count on someone being there. It's Hagglefish. It's one of the only safe ways to stand in mid.
No one is flanking.
Left.
Oh, what?
Okay.
Being here is generally pretty unsafe. The area, especially on this side of the map, is one of the preferred charger spots, because they can right-side peek around this ledge, and they can't right-side peek around this. So they're going to tend to go to here by default, and this is where I would expect to see an E-leader. Either this or the hut on the top left, the transparent pavilion.
Yeah, I was counting on it being on the...
There's two
Fish
on
coming
right.
over this way.
Yeah, on the other side. When you're fighting against a super long-range backline weapon like an E-leader or a Hydra, it's really important to know where they are before you try to do anything too risky. Because they just splat you too quickly. You don't have time to react. You don't have time to get behind cover. So wait until they show a laser. Wait until they fire a shot. And then be like, okay, charger's on right, so I'm going to play from left and I'm going to go here. A lot of the time, especially a frontliner, I will specifically call out what side of the map the charger is on and then say, like, charger's on left, push right, push right. Because the way that you often beat a charger or something like that is instead of by, like, trying to dive in to take out the charger, in which case you're running past multiple of their teammates and then they're getting charged and splatting you anyway, is you fight their teammates when they don't have line of sight on them. You wait until your teammates get into a position where the charger can't be in a position to help them, and then you effectively have a 4v3 if you can get the rest of your team to watch that. So, again, like, some of the game planning can be wait until you see where that backliner is, and then once you know that position, then you act on that and go someplace else.
Peeking around right.
Oh,
I traded
Nice.
with their dual
Oh, no.
base.
So with this
There's
right
Coming over this
here...
way.
Peeking around right.
So the roller flicks out in this direction, and that makes a line. It's really important right now to cut that line off as quickly as you can so the roller cannot be ambiguously sharking somewhere in this paint. You need to know if the roller is moving toward you. And right now, if the roller has Ninja Squid and this line is out here, it's hard to tell that they're moving toward you without spotting them in the Ninja Squid. So the very first thing we need to do as soon as this gets put out here is paint far enough in front of them that they cannot have gotten that far so that they run into your color ink and cannot move any further. But right now, they could pop out of here. They could pop out of here. They could pop out of here, for all you know, because of the paint that's on the map. And you would basically have no warning, and they have a 0.4 of a second kill time on you.
Oh, I traded with their dual
Oh, no.
base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe we have a full room now for a private battle.
All right, awesome. So let's make sure that the other team is set up in a different voice chat. And
Yes, they are.
All right, awesome. And then just get a lobby up and put a password on it.
Already up, and I will send the password in the Splat chat.
All right, awesome.
It's already in the VC text.
Yeah.
All right, everyone's on top of this. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Getting a glass of water.
All right. It's a classic.
It's an extremely unpredictable password, clearly.
High quality. This is what we strive for.
Never seen before.
All right. And
Oh
so
my God,
all I
okay.
want you guys to do is set up a match where I am a spectator, and then you've got your kind of core team on one team.
Yep.
And
Wait, guys. What mode and what map are we doing?
something that you guys want to work on. If it's a very degenerate bad competitive map, that you won't get as much value out of that, but if you need to know how Mahi Tower works, then we can talk about how Mahi Tower works.
Okay, so guys, which one do you want to do? I don't care. I'm just happy to play right now.
We struggle a lot on
which one?
Eeltail. Clam Eeltail.
Clam Eel. Oh God, that one.
You know what? We did have a hard time with that one against Sea Shanty the other day.
This would be good to talk about.
Okay, Clam Eeltail. All set on that, and that let me. Actually, wait, no, I want to be blue. I want to be blue.
Dabba-dee, dabba-die.
And wait, almost forgot to make you spectator. And
there's an extra player in here that you also need to spec.
Oh yeah, I can state. I'll just.
Raiden, are you spectating?
Yep.
Okay.
Right down.
Spectating. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are good to go.
All right.
Okay. Weapon talk. Would you guys rather I went sloshing or splash for this? I'm fine going either.
Pushing in.
Why can't I? Okay, that was weird.
Either one's fine by me. I'm comfortable with both.
One push in, and then I'll use the bubble to hold our spot there. We can. Maintain.
Wait, I missed which one you said completely. I'm so sorry.
Booyah and bubble. So yes.
Booyah and bubble. Okay, sloshing.
Combination.
All right. I'm also so sorry. I'm not the best with sloshing, as I did just pick it up over the vest.
It's okay. Just you know how to charge up your fizzy bomb, right?
Yes, I do know how to charge it up.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
working on it. I've been practicing with it a lot more in open whenever I get the chance.
You'll be fine.
So
Everyone's
do I
got a sloshing
go?
machine.
Yeah.
Do I go pro? Do you go pro to for the range? And grab for push.
If you think whatever you're most comfortable with, because I feel like we'll play better if we're more comfortable with the weapon. Really.
All right. Then I'll go. I'll
Okay.
go with my main.
We've got this
Okay.
though, and even if we hypothetically don't got this, we tried our best, and that is what counting.
Kitty, no.
I want
Well,
to
we have the surprise
place.
guest, my cat.
Oh,
We do appreciate cats in this stream.
we do. Both my cats are in my room
Nice.
now. Okay. I'm gonna check immediately as soon as we spawn in for anything like ninja squid and whatnot.
All right.
Forgot to do it the entire time yesterday, so not this time. Okay.
Okay.
There's squashing
Lushing
and
ninja squid.
Scattershot has Hydra.
They're all using opening gambit.
Yep.
All right.
No, let's go. No,
That's actually, LD.
LD.
All right.
LD.
Oh, that makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah. There are
They're moving right.
Haida and Pro are in
Somebody over left.
adding up. Okay.
Okay, I'm sticking with Kit.
I'm with you. Ituka.
I've been marked.
Goes.
I got.
One is in top.
Oh,
Two are top.
down and left.
Oh my god.
Pull
What
down.
Pull back,
Mid.
user. User, pull
Yeah.
back.
Okay.
Put it up.
I pull up.
Alright, I've muted myself in their call
Let
here.
the-
Yeah, crab up.
Okay, I like the call getting crap.
Kill one of the night.
Nice.
Trying to paint for
I am
special.
fighting with the grab.
Alright.
Get the grab.
Okay, we can get control
Going
back,
back.
and then try and make a push.
Okay.
Also have special
Probably
right
on
now.
right.
Using special?
Alright,
Okay.
popping special as well then.
I am with my grab.
Alright, we want someone going in with those specials.
Down on right.
Going
Going
from
to get
down
the-
left.
Just
Alright.
Okay.
specialing in addition.
Okay.
I'm not gonna jump to any of you guys. I don't think it's safe.
About
It'd be more
Let's have to have a
powerful
Clam
to
lookout.
use the whale and then rush
Okay,
with the
both of
whale,
you are.
for example, and then stagger the booyah in after that.
Booyah.
Trizuka got me.
The whale
and
plus
they-
booyah is going to be
Trizuka-
a problem.
I know.
Got me, but I got
As
Got
soon
me
as,
the Booyah got
as soon
me.
as people are going down, we're not backing up fast enough. That's something that's happening in general. Great bomb from Opal. We're able to get two
Got
down
one.
from that.
Not
Got
That's
two.
going to be a stop.
Go with the right
Now
for
they
the
just need
count
to
of the
spot where the
Hydra. The Hydra look at me.
is, and then
Oh no, the
They're
Hydra got
going
me.
Hydra.
go from there.
Hydra got me.
Going one down to the Hydra is great, but
Okay,
I would like to
painting
see
Yeah,
them
again.
getting further
As you
into
don't have
mid
much
Okay.
here.
control mid
If
right
it is
now.
just a Hydra, they're going to back up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
Can I just
again,
use Hydra?
into.
We're pretty close
Okay.
to...
Okay.
The whale is going to have no
This placing.
follow-up whatsoever.
Anchor, we go,
from
anchor.
there, unfortunately.
I'm gonna go right
There's
here.
just nobody who's close enough to be able to do anything with that.
Somebody's on right.
Oh,
The
okay,
enemy
okay.
team is getting opportunity to just dodge these specials.
When you
Not
got the mid.
much is being
Okay.
made.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think that's the next thing that we'll talk about with coordination.
Go Booyah from the
Booyah.
Hydra.
Careful, careful.
Oh, no.
Move,
See
move,
if
move.
this
No, 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 no.
continues.
If I'm
So one
they want super
down,
jumping in the
not a
right.
huge deal. They can
Are we able to
push
push
a little
forward?
bit of mid here. We don't want to
Yeah.
push. We don't want to push yet.
Jumping.
Well,
Okay,
maybe with
yeah.
the bubble.
Do you want me to grab
Maybe they
Pity?
can pull it off with the bubble.
I have.
It would be better.
not
Oh,
really.
hang on, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got one.
Booyah again.
Nice. Okay,
Wait, I need
that's
two more.
one.
Yeah.
It's close.
Stay back.
Got it
Oh,
in.
nice.
If somebody can please
Oh,
pushing Booyah.
we got
I'm going to use the throwback so I can push.
I got it.
Got one.
grab
I'm
one
going to
clam.
We couldn't get any.
Oh no, that's not enough.
We don't have
Okay.
much control of mid. Be careful when we go back. They have the entirety of
Okay,
upper
I'm
right.
going to go back.
User-
Never mind.
Gosh.
That was
I tried to super jump back, sorry.
that was a
I
1v4.
overpush it there. I overpush.
They're coming. They're having a counter
Jumping.
push.
Yeah,
They're
they're
going
two
left.
they're two up.
And
Hydra spotling got me.
they're Booyah
Yeah,
bombing.
incoming.
Okay.
That was well
Oh
placed.
my god,
I do
okay.
a pointing.
I accidentally picked up Pity. Got one. We have a
nice.
wipeout.
Nice.
Well played. Well
Let's
played.
Yeah,
push.
so, okay. I'm going to get clams. I
Alright.
have one.
How are we getting clams?
Also
Let's
focus
push.
on
We
Yeah,
need to
I'm going-
push.
I'm-
Mid.
Okay.
Got one.
We got one? Okay.
So, nice.
You actually do want to play
Putting
a
back
little
those
bit
clams?
slower.
With
in
a video
I can't
to
push,
do-
I can't push.
With
They're all
a
up
map
there.
this
They're
Okay.
long,
Now,
it's
now,
very
now,
difficult
now we
to
have
actually
to. Now we have to make a
hold,
clam. You have to try to make a clam.
if you're just running straight to the goal, you're probably gonna
Careful, they
score
have
and
mid,
die
okay.
if you try and
They're
stand
down.
up for it off of the
They have
single
mid, they
wipe.
have mid. Careful, careful.
Open right.
You want to
Okay.
get control and use
Thanks,
the
you got me.
advantages of having control
Okay.
to get more down and then start a
Well, look out for take out.
Okay, they have two. One's coming directly.
grab.
They're crabbing,
Yeah,
they're
go to the
crabbing.
booyahs.
I'm hiding
Okay.
behind this. They got me with
They're
Booyah.
Train
just
boy, train
walking
boy.
forward with booyah bombs.
Okay.
They got it. Oh.
So they get two
They
in.
want open right.
Yep, they have two
Then in
down.
our face. I kill it. That
Coming
they
through.
had me. It's a mid. One is in jumping from the right.
10, 9, 8. We do have a
Yeah,
pity. We
stay
can
back, stay back, stay
hit
back.
it for overtime.
I like
I
that
see
they're calling
one's down.
that. They're figuring out
Nice,
triggering
nice.
overtime.
Yes, I was going to jump.
Okay.
We want someone to stay on mid.
Oh man, that
Good
juke
job.
is eating them alive.
Okay. I'll grab pity.
Yeah, they've got to get it.
Okay.
I got
They
killed.
can probably swim
mid.
a little bit.
Oh!
Yeah,
They
they
got
don't have
me.
time. This is gonna be it.
I did that with the brother. It was late.
Alright.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Opal does not have time to
They
get
have
to the
the
basket
clam-
even if they
oh.
beeline it.
Really.
Damn.
Yeah.
But we did.
We did a lot better than we did yesterday in
yeah.
Eeltail Clams, though. We did, like, a lot better. We didn't even score yesterday, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh,
And we had
yeah.
almost tied it up towards the end there.
Almost had it, too. So, like, I think even if we didn't win, this is an improvement for sure, which is nice to see.
Yeah, I'm liking some things that I'm seeing there. There are a few points that I'd like to make. If I spec, does that mean that I get to see the replay from that match?
I can send you the replay code if not.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I will dip out of the room and we'll do a quick look over. We really only have time to like watch it at pretty much full speed.
All right.
But I will definitely. So this should be in the battle logs.
All right,
No.
wait. Let me drop the room, guys.
Oh yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Okay.
Okay. Closing the room. So sorry, Subbies.
Going to move my chair back over. Oh, you know, I'll just watch from my phone.
Okay. And we're gonna do this.
I went down so many times. Okay.
So, one thing about this comp is that you're going to benefit a lot from being able to get the crab onto high ground. You especially want them on those bridges that go from our screen vertically, right next to the clam basket. If you put a crab tank up there or get a Hydra installed up there, that's kind of game over. You should, in theory, be able to just hold the basket that way. And that should be a major objective of your team on this particular map mode. Especially since you've got two weapons that can apply that sort of pressure. You've got both the Hydra and the crab tank. The big like macro concept in Clam Blitz that I think you guys are struggling with a little bit is that what's important is not getting access to the basket and scoring a single power clam to start the push. What's important is controlling the area around the basket.
It's because zoning.
There's a moment in this match where you guys got a push, you like were able to score, but then, you got a wipe, you won a fight, and then you pushed through mid. And by the time you got to the enemy basket, all you could do was score a single power clam and the enemy team was ready to defend. And that's going to happen because the goal for your team was not to establish control of the zone around the basket. Your job there that you were giving yourselves was to just open the basket and then see what you could do from there. Well, if you run one person in and that person dies, even if they score, now it's a 3v4, and anyone who's trying to score is probably just going to get picked off by the defenders. What you want to do is win a fight, use that to gain like some advantageous position, and use that advantageous position to win another fight, and then open the basket completely uncontested. Especially in a map that's this long, where you can't just scoot from one basket to the other very quickly off of a wipe. The big thing tactically that I'll talk about, though, because we're talking about coordination today, the big thing I'll say here is when you have specials, I like that you're calling them out. I like when you're using them. The problem is just that nobody's following up on them. Like a killer whale will go out, and then nobody pushes past mid. And then a booyah bomb will go out, and nobody pushes past mid. And they're just sidestepping the killer whale, squid rolling through it. They're moving away from the booyah bomb, and they're not forced backwards at all because we're not using those specials to get any picks. We're not using those specials to take any space. And so when those go out, first of all, we need to use them in positions where our teammates are ready to push forward. So, like, if we're back at our basket and the enemy team is back at their basket, the killer whale isn't going to do anything for y'all. You need someone to be up pressuring the enemy team already, and then the whale goes out, and then you hard commit to it, and now that player is displaced, and you actually get something out of it. So we'll talk about a couple of those situations coming up, but those are the biggest things I would say here.
Pushing up, would that most likely be Sloshing Machine, since Pro is more of a midline?
It looks like Opal is also playing a bit that way. Like, Junior can play more aggressive in this game than I think it ever could before because of the big bubbler. It can use it selfishly and make kind of like roller or blaster plays that way. On this comp, yeah, it's got to be like the machine or the junior, because the pro, it can start fights with like crab and it can like get isolated picks by just using its range, but it's not a great weapon for pushing forward because it doesn't have quite the same fire rate, so it's a little bit harder to make space with. If it needs to, it can. But your team comps in general tend to be a little bit difficult to push with. I think part of the reason that me playing Splash was so helpful to you guys was not just because like I'm experienced, but also because my weapon is a little bit more aggressive. It's able to get up into those difficult nooks and crannies for my opponents to dislodge, and I'm able to come at more flank angles and make more fights happen because of the nature of my weapon.
I'd like to note that that's why we're good on power control. Like normally we'd I at least try slasher and probably pusher during those games.
Yeah, you're a pretty good tri-slosher, Raiden.
Thank you.
At least one of the better ones I've seen from when I've played. You always get really nice stats. So
yeah, it's not a very common weapon right now, but I think it's a little bit underrated too, and I think a new kit will definitely put it into the meta. So this right here is a pick from the Trizuka. On one hand, it's hard to avoid that happening occasionally. I think you were standing in a pretty exposed position, and so that was probably somewhat avoidable, but this fight just doesn't go well because of the Zuka. And now, one last thing that really needs to change is that there are a lot of situations where you guys will be like 3 members down, and the remaining member doesn't even like back up. They just kind of stay where they're at and try to hold their position. This is a 1v4. You need to not be holding your position in a 1v4. And if that sort of thing is happening, then the call needs to be back up, back up, back up, run away, jump out, something like that to get them in the mindset that like we are on the back foot, we are retreating. But they do stay alive, to their credit, and we should be able to get a little bit of defensive pressure on, if not stop the push entirely that way. Great pick on the Hydra, and now we should be able to start pushing forward. And right now, with User in this position, I want everyone trying to push up and help with User here. I want User calling for help with this fight, because if User wins this fight and they're underneath the enemy bridge and everybody else is with them, it doesn't matter how much of mid is painted because the enemy team can't even access mid, and you can paint that later. But getting forward is what's more important right now. There's this fight happening between User and Vio. We have a massive numbers advantage right now. We should be shoving. We should be just getting into mid, maybe picking up some clams on the way, but like getting as far forward as we can before the enemy team has a defense again.
I see.
So here is the special push that I was talking about. Look at where this whale goes out. Look at where the enemy team is. The enemy team has no threat from anything other than the whale. And, we've dealt with a solo killer whale before. We can just squid roll twice and it doesn't do anything. Now, when it does something is if somebody is pushing up with the whale, using the fact that the whale is locating enemy players to find those players and putting down shots to make it difficult for them to dodge the whale. Like if Kit starts pushing up here and maybe like Opal or User supports them on the right, that's when we're going to be able to pick off Ari here with this whale.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the Booyah goes out, and like look at how much of an impact this has on the enemy team. They just kind of sidestep it, and they're in exactly the same positions as before, because again, like, Vio got shoved forward, but when Vio got shoved forward, they just shot someone, and then they were safe. If we collapse on Vio, if we call, like, Pro's pushing forward, pushing forward, push Pro, or something like that, and everybody focuses on the Pro here, there are probably, like, 2 or 3 people who are in range to do that, and they probably go down before they get anybody. One of the big ways to call these shots, besides just, like, this player is isolated, go on them, is I have a special, push with this special. Like, when I was calling, like, I'm crabbing, that's implicitly a call for everybody else to follow up on the crab.
Okay.
Hope ends up getting picked. And this again is a situation where we're down a player, and it's not as big of a numbers disadvantage, but we're trying to hold our positions when the enemy team is pushing, and we don't have an advantage. So we're just keeping ourselves stuck in a fight where we're more likely to lose it. We should be giving up a little bit of ground and maybe stalling them. Stalling is a good idea, but as soon as like they start putting numbers forward on us, like we need to back up and give up a little bit of space if that's what keeps us safe. This is a really well-timed Zuka here. And then the Booyah goes up, and that gets another. So the enemy team had a really good special push there. They used their specials to walk forward and take space. And that got them control of the basket. Notice how much paint control there is around your basket. This is kind of what you want it to look like when you're scoring. Like, you want to actually control that area. You want to think about it like it's the splat zone. Just draw a radius around your basket and think of it as the splat zone and play it like you would play that, so that you can lock them out of it to the point where they can't get close enough to throw clams without painting through your area, and that's how you defend. So you've got 3 down now. Granted, the Hydra is still watching, and we need to get out of their line of sight. Like, pushing into them here is a little bit dangerous, but once we see where they are and where they're shooting, now we know where it is safe to push forward when we should start taking space. So I like the idea from Kit here for the most part. Remember that there is only one player alive, and if you know that that one player isn't looking at you, you can go wherever you want, and you can get paint from wherever you want. And so you can probably play this a little bit more quickly, but you do end up getting all the way back into mid before the enemy team is back, so that's still pretty well played there. So now we're all reformed, and I like this. We're making sure that in between these kinds of fights, in between these moments, we're pushing the team forward and we're getting back together. Another special goes out, and this one's even further back than before. Again, look at how this impacts the enemy team. They don't really have to move. And look at this Booyah as well. They don't even have to move. So we kind of threw those in the same places and had the same no follow-up. What we want to do is probably save those specials until there's someone who's actually isolated and know like what we're looking to target. We want to know probably where the Hydra is, and maybe throwing the Booyah Bomb directly at the Hydra is a good idea to displace them. But if we're going to displace the Hydra, we need to take advantage of the fact that they're displaced and go do something with it. So now we're down 2 specials, and we haven't even really taken full mid control. They do push into us, though, and we're able to get picks. We might be able to shred this. Not quite. I would like to hear a call to shred a Booyah Bomb, because it will take more than one player to do that with most weapons.
I thought the armor was too strong.
No. Any 2 weapons in the game, almost, that start shooting it fast enough should be able to shred the Booyah Bomb before it throws. There are a lot of weapons that can actually do it by themselves. Like a Hydra can, with charge, can definitely just shred a Booyah Bomb right away. Something like Dapple Doolies. I've even done it with a Splatter Shot before, although that was with Object Shredder, and I'm not sure how reliable that's going to be if you're not wearing it. So
I should have called Shred Booyah instead of calling that they were throwing Booyah in mid then?
That would be an option. Like, if there are a couple of caveats to that. Number one is if your teammates are too far away and they can't get there fast enough, then maybe not. And if there are people defending the Booyah, so they're going to splat you if you try to shred it, then maybe not. But if the Booyah is out in the open like they were, you have multiple players around, and it's not safe for the enemy team to try and push in and stop you, then yeah, you go for the shred there.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
I also wanted to say something real quick, if that's okay. I play the machine on the alpha team, and I wanted to say, like, I have died so many times people shredding my Booyah armor.
Yeah.
And also, another thing that it can do to low-level players like me is cause us to throw them at our feet to try to kill you, and that can really, like, displace the Booyah Bomb instead of having us throw it somewhere,
That's
like,
true.
cool.
Shot is doable. You just have to be hitting them immediately as soon as it goes up. And you also need to make sure that you have an escape route if they do manage to throw it in time. It's not a play that I would go for often, but if there's even the slightest bit of extra damage that my teammates have done and I can get on it quickly, I'm pretty confident that I can get those shots fast enough that I can take it down. But that much DPS that you're getting from the splatter shot is a good kind of baseline. If you've got more DPS than a splatter shot, you can probably do it. So like this push right here, look at where your team is positioned right now. You've got 2 people in mid, you've got 1 person scoring, and they still have 2 up. So what's going to happen here is the player who scores is going to get splatted, and then the players in mid are going to get walled off from getting in there because it's a 2v2, and one of them is a Hydra. So what you want to be doing here instead is, if you're not going to be able to follow that up, if you don't have any follow-up like extra clams to throw in there, and you're not going to be able to get the numbers further forward on the map, don't try to score right now, because this score literally just gives them a pity clam, and then I think the whole push dies from here.
So I should have maybe went back and waited for my team to collect up and then push with the clam?
Correct. And really what you want to do is get your team formed up and in position, and because you have more members up, you should be able to get more specials than they can get. And you push in with specials from right in front of their base and get full control because they can't really retreat anywhere anymore. And now you have paint all over their baskets, and you've got them staggered, and that's a position where you can actually knock out and win the game off of a single push.
Okay, I see.
I had actually called for that push whenever I set down the bubble. And we had decided to move in, but we didn't quite have numbers up there at the moment. So
yeah, so when we pull the trigger, we want to make sure we have the numbers, and once the trigger is pulled, the numbers who we have need to be ready to move on that, because there's a very limited window that you're going to have to be able to do things, so you need to make as much use of that as your team can.
All right.
Food for thought here. At top level, what often happens is each team will push exactly once in the course of a game, and both pushes will almost knock out immediately. And it's just a matter of which team gets the furthest down before they get stopped. That's kind of how it tends to go. They play it a little bit slower and make sure that they have good control and have a good push. They're not going to try and make
do
little
multiple small pushes.
Yeah, little single power clam pushes a lot of the time, because the counter push that happens off of that push is stronger, since you give the enemy team a pity clam, plus now you're down in numbers and they're able to set up themselves.
That makes a lot of sense.
The push that you have made is the second smallest possible push that you can make with a power clam.
I think it's a bad... Oh, sorry.
It's definitely a solo queue habit, but yeah.
Yeah, when I was in lower ranks trying to get up, I think it's a bad habit I formed often, as nobody else would score, so I would try and get something done. So I have a bad habit of making small pushes because nobody else would bother scoring. That was the only way we could get clams in, really.
In solo, it's an idea. I still don't think it's a great idea as the players get more knowledgeable about the game mode. But in coordinated play, you're going for a knockout. And what you're trying to do, like I was talking about, is you're trying to lock people out of the area around the zone. Any place that you can throw a clam in from, if you're on defense, if they approach anywhere that they can throw a clam into your basket, they need to be getting shot. And so that's the most important thing. And so if you're the attacking team, then you need to be zoning them out far enough that your teammates can be throwing clams and nobody's even shooting at them. You're not trying to throw clams if you're being aggressed on. You're trying to defend yourself if you're being aggressed on. You're trying to get such a strong advantage that they can't even aggress on you, and you can throw those clams in peace. Then the idea after that, because once you get the idea of the aggression down, the next thing that fails is that you don't go to the basket with enough clams or you throw those clams in too quickly, and now the basket closes before you can get more in. And that's the next important part here, that when that power clam went in, nobody else had any clams. And so there was no way that anyone was going to get to the basket to score anymore before it closed.
All right, so I'll keep that in mind for future times when we play Blitz, because I know it's a really bad habit of mine.
Mm-hmm. So, like, look at the numbers in the upper right, the 6 and the 17 right now. You want to use those to keep track of how strong of a push both teams can make. If you're about to try and score and you look up and see that there's an 8 up there, that means that every single clam that your team has is in your possession, in your power clam, and you're not going to get anything out of that push, so you got to just wait. You want to go maybe when you've got at least like 12 or so that you can keep the basket stalled long enough that somebody can run back to mid, get more clams, and bring them back to you. And
that's a good way to look at it.
That can be a position that one of your players have. Like, a lot of the time that's the support player, like a junior or something, since they move quickly. They can zip back into mid, grab 3 clams, and either chuck those forward to their teammates and then go find more, or they can bring them in and score them themselves, and someone else can rotate back. There are advantages and disadvantages to either of those ideas. Throwing the clams is faster, in theory, but if the teammate that you're throwing them to is being engaged on and they need to defend themselves, then those clams may not make it in at all. And it's more of a sure thing if you, who is not being aggressed on right now, go and throw the clams yourself. So you've got a couple of options there, but you want to relay the clams like that. And when you're scoring, you don't want to just stand there and like clam, 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 clam. Because what's happening there is you're cutting the information that you're able to get by looking straight up in the sky. People can sneak up on you easier because you're looking up. And also, you're not firing your main weapon or controlling any space while you're throwing those clams. So people can just safely walk forward at you. What you want to do when you can is get multiple people set up in a perimeter around the basket, and one will sneak forward and throw a clam and then back up. And then 3 seconds later, because that's how much time a single clam resets on the timer, another person from a different direction swims up and throws another clam and then backs up. And by keeping the basket open that way and stalling it and drawing the defense in all sorts of different directions and maybe getting a pick here and there because you're keeping your eyes forward, and if somebody presents themselves as an opportunity to splat, then you can go for it. That way, you're stalling the basket for as long as possible so that the clams that are coming from mid have as much time as possible to get there, and you're keeping yourself safe so that you're very likely to be able to control the basket. So that's the theory for how to sustain a push in Clam Blitz. We'll finish the rest of this out. I'm just going to keep it playing because I've covered most of the ground that I want to here. And we're a little bit over time, and I don't want to keep any of y'all.
We're the ones who are worried about staying overtime.
All right, so good wipe there, and we want to get people forward now. We have a power clam. This is a moment where we should be trying to clear as much space around the basket. So Opal doesn't have the power clam, but Opal wants to be getting as much paint on the basket as possible, and we want to be ready to go. Here, because Opal backs up, there's no support at the basket, but this actually probably could have been a little bit more safe than it was. But now Opal's going to go down.
Only went up there.
So that's the importance of getting someone in front of the power clam. Think about it like the Rainmaker carrier. If there's nobody in front of the Rainmaker carrier, the very first enemy player that you run into is going to splat it and stop the push. So you get another one in, which is good. Now Kit needs to back up. This is a 1v4. Just do not try.
I tried going back a tiny bit, but it was way too late.
Mm-hmm. All right, so 1 minute left. And this isn't a bad position. All you need is a power clam +2. And that's something that I'm always trying to do the math of when I have a little bit of spare time in the match. Like, how much do we actually need to score in order to get lead? Power clam and 2 small clams? Okay. I'm not going to start a push until I have that kind of follow-up.
Oh, okay.
If you're really far behind, you might not be able to, just to say, well, we don't have 90 points of follow-up, so I don't think we should start to push yet. No, you go and make a dent in it if you can, but especially towards the end of the game where this one push that you make is going to be the last one, you got to make it count. Ooh, that pick is unfortunate. and then they just kind of walk their way forward with Booyah Bombs. It's actually kind of fun that, like, I don't know if they did this on purpose, but the one Booyah Bomb sort of smoke screens that the second Booyah Bomb is coming further forward. So I think you guys just can't possibly see that the second Booyah Bomb is on its way. You have to, like, rely on audio cues or on looking at the heads-up display to see that coming. So I don't know if they did that on purpose or not, but that's kind of clever. We definitely need, when we're starting to get control of the area around our basket, one of the places we need to go and get control of is top right. Because remember, anywhere that you can throw clams from, you need to have control over on defense. Well, that's one area where none of you guys were looking, and so they were able to slip through. If you had collapsed on that quicker, you'd probably find that player. Okay. So now it's Power Clam plus 23, so Power Clam plus 8. Wait, no, 33. So that's either 2 Power Clams plus 5. It's a lot, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Like, that's enough at that point that you're going to have to rotate back into mid and keep the push going for a significant amount of time.
Clear mid first.
So we do get a pick on Ari here, but then this is a really well-timed Zuka. Takes out one. This Booyah isolates Star Shower, but only one person is on that fight, and it's a Tri-Stringer. So they're not going to win that fight up close. And then the flank comes in, and now User's in trouble. Opal, yeah, this is game over at this point, because look at how little time there is on the overtime clock. Like, the push needs to happen pretty instantly.
Pretty quick, yeah. It was better than we did on ELO.
Did we get raided and I missed it? Oh no, Amy's just hanging out with us. Hi, Amy.
They tried very hard to disrupt class and they failed.
All right. Well, that is all the time we're going to have for that, but hopefully that was helpful to you guys, and hopefully that was educational
Thank you,
to those of
Jeff.
you watching.
It was really nice.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it was really, really nice.
Good to have you
Have a
guys.
good night.
Yeah, and good luck in future scrims and tournaments.
Absolutely.
You guys doing Ludi?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good.
Oh, that's not wrong.
If you weren't, I was going to tell you that you need to do Ludi. It's your homework.
We did the speed ladder for a bit.
About it. Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Nice people. Oops, I should not have closed out of that window. I'm going to go and get that window up again really quickly, and then I'll play a little bit and do some Q&A type stuff. All right. Ludi divs are a bit of a mess. Yeah, like, until we actually get the new divs, everyone's just literally just guessing what division they are at this point. It's been too long since the last season. We don't know. We don't know where we stand. Favorite ink color? I really liked the it was like Hello Kitty Cinema Roll or something like that. Splatfest colors from Splatoon 2. It was a Japanese Splatfest, and they used white ink to make it look like you had the glaze on a cinnamon roll that you were spraying out of your gun. And I thought that was really clever. Much better than the idea of spraying mayonnaise all over the map, even though it is the same concept. Because I think about how that would smell, and okay, so I got asked a question on stream earlier about what do you think about the update about X rank? I haven't heard about this update, so I am really quickly Googling Squid Research Lab Splatoon 3 X rank and seeing if there's any new information on that I don't know about yet. How important are anarchy ranks in determining a player's skill? As bad as any ranking system in this game has ever been, in my opinion, in this franchise. It is based less on a useful skill-based matchmaking system that is built into the game, Glicko 2, than Splatoon 2 was. And I just don't think it means all that much. I'm looking to see... Hi, Vevev! Really like the live games you had, taking the lead and then spectating. Thanks. Yeah, I hope that was useful to them as well as to the viewers. Because I've found that like leading by example is something that helps people understand in a way that's a little bit more adaptable, I guess. Something that they can like steal things from more. Sure, it works for divs greater than 6, but for 9 through 7, there are so many teams that pop up. Yeah, like, the thing about div 7 and lower is that that's basically unseeded teams. That's basically like, well, what are your ranks in game? And we'll place you based on that. That's about all that they have to go with on most of those teams. A lot of them are brand new and don't have the competitive experience. Once you get up to about Div 6 or higher, you kind of start to have an idea. And that's based on the previous system. Who knows? Maybe that point happens at Div 8 in this new season. I don't know. Do you think the maps would smell bad if it was actually made on... Oh, they would smell horrible. Holy crap. Are you kidding? That would be disgusting. There'd be flies everywhere. I'm looking to see if anybody's talking about this X-Rank update or whatever, because they might just be talking... I'm looking at the news and updates sections on Splatoon.nintendo.com, and the only newest update is from 3 days ago. So I think they might just be talking about the fact that X-Rank is in the game, and X-Rank is extremely important for the game to answer the question, if that's the case. I can see chat. Yeah, it's just there's a lot in chat. I'm trying to get to the questions that people are asking, and I'm still scrolled up past. Condiment Splatfest should have waited until we had 3 options. I'm not a fan of ketchup or mayonnaise. Mustard is the... I feel like mustard is less of a thing outside of the United States. That seems to be the sense that I got. That's why those 2 were chosen internationally. What utility subs are worth using right now? Same ones I think that we were using before. I'm not sure about sub resistance. That's the one where I'm a little bit more iffy on, because sub resistance used to be really valuable against things like bubble blower, like specials. Some specials were counted as bombs. Splashdown damage was counted as a bomb. Like, that made it more useful than it is, but like, I don't know. It's still going to be helpful. I just don't know how much less helpful it is. But quick super jump is necessary, I think, at least a little bit on every single weapon in the game. I don't care what. Everything should have... I would honestly prefer 2 subs of quick super jump, but at least 1. Less than 1 is just... You're going to die so much more often that way. A sub of special saver goes a long way. A sub of ink resistance is still a pretty good idea. But... Favorite out of all the idols? In this game, Shiver. Close second, Fry. Distant third, Big Man. And also, what weapon do you enjoy using out of all the games? Splatter shots overall. I like Blaster in this game, though. Do you want me to color your character's hair with the Hello Kitty ink color or something else? I usually go with pink. A good kind of, like, medium pink. Like is in my Discord profile picture, if that's what you're going for. What do you think of Lean Yoshi's website? Lean Yoshi's cool. I love all the data miners. working in spite of Nintendo to give us information that Nintendo decides not to give us for no reason. And the website is, I mean, it's not the most user-friendly thing. You kind of have to know what you're there looking for to find it, but in terms of the utility it provides, it's very good. They're splitting X-Rank into 2 different groups. Well, they're just region locking it, aren't they? They're making it so that, like, there's one set that's like Japan and Australia or something like that, and then one that's like NA. I forget where Europe ends up in all of that, but I think it's just to try and make things less laggy. Check the Twitter. It starts at S+0. It's always started at S+0. They announced that a long time ago. X-Rank was going to be, like, this was before we even had the game, if I remember correctly. It was in that big, like, 30-minute info dump. But they said that you're going to have access to X battles, which are a mode rather than a rank now, once you hit S+0, and then you're going to have to play up to S+10 if you want to stay in X battles for the next round, because for the next season, because otherwise you derank to S and you don't have access to them again. But then from there you're all good to go. Players ranked S+0 or higher can get in on some action. You'll have to put your X power on the line, but don't worry, Anarchy battles. And the fact that it says your own X power on the line gives me a lot of hope that this is going to be much more based on Glicko than it is on the letter ranking system. Yeah, and Anarchy battles will still be available as well. So I think that's game-changing. I think that's the most important part of this update, that we're getting that mode. Even just that by itself would be huge for the game. US and Europe are one division? Okay. There's a data mine for brand-sponsored divisions and X-Rank by region. I don't think that's a data mine. I think that's something they announced. Yeah, that's Splatoon official from 10 hours ago. So the Takaroka division is Japan, Hong Kong, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. And then Americas and Europe are Tentatech division. Tentatech, let's go! Anyway. Oh my god, wait, we're still talking about ketchup and mustard? I'm behind 5 minutes on chat, and that's how this goes. Any advice for FAs who are trying to get to Ludi before the season passes us by? There are going to be a lot of teams that are looking for subs and stuff too. You shouldn't have too much trouble. This is going to be peak demand. Just keep looking and just keep looking, and you'll get into something. I can't guarantee it'll be perfect for you because this isn't a lot of time to find a team, but you will be able to find something that's at least close enough that you'll get some good experience. What do you think about X-Rank starting at S+0? It's not great, but if the Glicko power works the same way that it did in Splatoon 2, it shouldn't be a problem. Like, you can take the same system that was X-Rank in Splatoon 2, and it will still sort people who are of lower ranks. Like, they could have used that system for the entire ranking system. They could have made it so that, like, you could have 1,400 players lobbying up into this system, and eventually it would sort them so that they're also getting lobbied up with 1,300 players to 1,500 players instead of being placed against the top players on Earth. The biggest problem with the X-Rank system in Splatoon 2 is that it wasn't dividing players up enough. And part of that is a problem of the size of the player base and how fast they want matches to be able to be made. But I think a lot of, especially players on the at top level, are willing to sit through bigger matchmaking queues for longer if they're going to get higher quality matches from it. Because the difference between someone who is 2,600 in this game and 2,000 in this game is absurdly high. Like, it is difficult to describe how much of a difference there is. There's a bigger difference between those two ranks, between 2000 and 2600, than I think there is between 2000 and C- rank from Splatoon 2. It's just so night and day between those groups of players, and they were all just in the same matchmaking queue. And if they just happened to have like a much better connection to each other, or there was some other factor that got prioritized over the skill-based aspect, you could end up in some lobbies with people who would be very frustrated by your presence. And it's kind of fun occasionally to run into a top player as like that lower level player, but also you don't want that to happen very often. What do you think of Mulloway Institute of Turfing? That's a very large organization of things that are all generally good. We need them. What's your favorite anarchy mode? Probably like Clam Blitz. Find it frustrating from S2 being match-made with only Japan, but Japanese players are on a whole different level. Yes, definitely. That will be a little weird for the Australia, New Zealand players, I think. To just not be encountering like the rest of the world anymore. I don't think Japan minds, because that just means that their matches are less laggy, and they're all the best players in the world anyway. And the US and Europe probably won't mind that much either, because in tournaments, that's all we play against. But it will definitely segregate the players a little more, so we see less of each other's play styles. All right. Will X rank work any differently in this game? We don't know exactly how the scoring is going to work and how matchmaking is going to work. I'm hoping that it is pretty much identical to how it worked in Splatoon 2. It would be nice if there were some divisions in it so that like you could get the top maybe 1,000 players in pools just with each other, and then maybe 1,000 to 15,000, and then 15,000 down would maybe be some good divisions. But like, so have like an X minus, X and X plus is something that I think would be an improvement, but that would increase queue times a bit, and I understand that it's a priority for them to keep queue times down as much as they can. All right, I'm gonna play a little bit of Zones, Eel, Tail, and Mahi. It's my third day asking if you have any tips for Sprinkler. Feel free to repeat questions if I'm not getting to them. I do tend to miss them because chat goes fast. Sprinkler, I do have some videos on using all the sub-weapons. It's not useful for that much, frankly, but it's useful for getting your special. So you like throw the Sprinkler in one place and then paint someplace else with your main weapon. And between those two things, you're getting paints a little bit faster. It can also be used a little bit for combat as cover. You just hide behind it if you've already got one in place. And you can throw it in a place that's high up to force someone to look upwards to have to paint it and get rid of it. But it doesn't have a lot of combat potential or zoning potential. So it's not a top tier or even a mid-tier sub, I'd say, by any means. I went over to the right, and the team was not able to follow that up because I just realized we have double backline. So that's on me for not checking the weapons and playing more defensively. Man, this poor Zap, having Tacticooler and having nobody to follow up with the Tacticooler. I painted behind them on purpose there, and if the Charger hadn't interfered, I would have had them for sure. I deliberately missed them with that burst bomb so that I could paint their feet behind them and get in, and they wouldn't have a way to back up. Okay, gotta watch out for the leader. Okay. Blugas. And now we threaten this. I don't think we go for this, because they've got a whole bunch of dangerous things to attack me with. But I bet I can get something done from here. From this. Maybe not. I am probably wrong about that. Alright, well, we're marked, so we just kind of avoid engagements, and we make it out. And now we want to be on top of this player as quick as we can before another player can get involved. I don't know what they're doing. They are trying to walk through enemy ink and not doing much. Okay, just paint through the booyah, and we should be fine. We just gotta paint through the booyah. We didn't paint through the booyah, and now they're back on the zone, and now they've got paint on it, and we almost lost the ability to KO because we didn't paint through the booyah. However, we did win the game. Hi, Fade! Did you see the Twitch chat gushing over the Octobrush earlier? No, I did not, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. And hi, Bisk. Why are Japanese players so scary? Like, I see one and I'm like, Japan has scrubs too. They have a lot more depth than the Americas and Europe do because they have a larger player base, but like, they're beatable. It's only at the very, very top level that you see players that are better than anything you're going to see. Once killed 3 people with a sprinkler. That is a mighty sprinkler. Do you ever have people in the comments telling you they are in your video? It doesn't happen super often because a lot of the time, like, my videos are... I guess if they're, like, in a match that I'm playing in B-roll or something. But usually my videos are pretty pointed. Usually I, like, demonstrate the thing I'm talking about. So... it happens. It's not super often. New Splatoon player recently got into S rank. Feel like I'm experiencing some burnout. Tips on how to deal with burnout. Bit worried about getting stomped learning new weapons and roles. So, I mean, it helps a little bit if you try out new weapons, because that makes the game fresh. It gives you a new game to play. But I would also just recommend taking breaks. Train smarter, not harder. And by that I mean with the hours that you do play, make them very thoughtful. And that way you'll get more out of less time. And you won't have to spend as much time in order to learn the game. Because if you're just trying to grind out hours and hours and hours, and you're maybe reinforcing bad habits or something, and you're not catching up as much as you want to, that can be frustrating and take up a lot of your time. Gonna remember to comment that after a silly Comp Sundays VOD. Comment what? Oh no, what did you say? Or what did I say? Maybe that's what Debbie's referring to. How do you deal with a charger on Metalworks splat zones? Chuck a special at them and pray that you can get to where you need to go before they're back in position again. That mode sucks. That mode is really, really rough. Another option is deal with their teammates and then like throw bombs at them or specials at them or something and try to get up onto their plat and lock them out of it. But that mode is a heck of a stalemate. If you try to push into mid too quickly, you should just die. And there's only one flank route, and that route is also in full view of the most common sniper location. It's just very, very poorly designed for that mode. There need to be more climbable walls or something. There need to be flank routes. I don't know what the developers have against flank routes in this game. there really any benefits to Thermalink or to Haunt? Very situationally, yes. Like, a lot of Tetris players are running Haunt. Thermalink is good on things like Bloblobber that are unlikely to splat off of a single engagement, because it'll just give you information based on that. Is Splatfest Pro Power Glico? Yes, that is what that is. So the 2296.2 or something that got me into top 100 is pure Glico. Nice, congrats on winning the series, Exaroni. What gives you respawn Punisher without consequence? It's a different effect, isn't it? I thought Haunt was you get vision on the player that splatted you. Hold on. I've never used it myself, so I actually gives the user in Splatoon 2, when the user splats an opponent they are currently tracking, that opponent gets the effects of respawn or Punisher for that splat. Oh, okay. That's different than what I thought it was. So you track the opponent that splatted you, and then if you get them, you get respawn Punisher. Okay. Actually, I only knew about the tracking part because I've never used it myself, so I didn't know about the respawn Punisher effects. Ram's still here because I forgot to thank Ram for member. Hey Ram, Caleb Nelson says thank you for the membership. Yeah. So with Haunt, like, specifically the player who splatted you is revealed to you. Like, you get wall hacks on them. And if you splat them, then you get respawn Punisher for that splat. Like, their respawn time is decreased. So that would actually be really good, again, for a weapon that's going to be dying a lot. The problem with a lot of abilities that pertain to dying a lot is that you don't want to be dying a lot in most cases. And so if the ability only triggers on you dying, it's usually better of an idea to use something that prevents you from dying in the first place and surrendering the control that you are able to have by just being out there on the map, even if you're not being especially active. Tetras, though, they just kind of feed, and so it's not a bad idea for them. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Tetras have been running Haunt, I think, even since, like, Splatoon 2 in some cases. No, Tetras, you need to not be afraid of dying. That's kind of a thing that they do. Running Stamper, interesting. Nice job on the 11 and 1. Dualies are difficult. Dualies take a bit of learning. You need to practice the... God, what is this comp? Oh my god, what are both of these comps? You really need to practice the mechanics of them. You need to, like, play around in the lobby so you can learn how far you've got to change your aim for each roll. I should probably die here. No, we're good. So pin these guys down and try to get control of the zone. And okay, at least we got them eventually. This map mode is silly. And our team has no pushing power whatsoever. Like, I don't even feel like I'm safe starting fights because there's just nobody to move in on them with me. It's 2 tri-stringers and a charger. Like, what is this matchmaking? Neither of these comps are especially functional, but ours is especially dysfunctional. Okay, we got one. Let's do the only thing that we can do against this and try to crowd tank. We are still not painting enough, despite the fact that I am zoning them all out and painting the zone at the same time. We just can't keep the zone capped. I am hitting stop on this. I would be hitting stop even if these were the 3 best players in the world, because this comp is just so unusable. Tri-stringers. Yeah, like, I need to be... The only way that we get picks on that comp is either the charger gets random picks, which is hard for them to do because they've got 2 explos looking at them, or we get, like, a tri-stringer damage plus a burst bomb or something. But, like, those aren't the kinds of picks that allow me to move forward and paint the zone. So, like, how are we supposed to control the objective? We get someone, fine. They just keep stalling the zone until that person's back, and if any of us tries to move forward, we die. We need to, like, get 2 of them at once to be able to push up. I mean, that's fine, I guess. Well, why are you sending me this video, Fade? What are you sending me? What's special about Tetras that makes them good for feeding? Tetras are able to dive harder than any other weapon in the game. They have 4 dodge rolls and a fairly fast kill time. It's not the fastest, but it's passable, especially for the range that it's got. So, in a 1v1 fight where the Tetras can get in range and play the way that they want to, they should, in theory, be able to just, like, outplay if the player is, you know, very, very competent on the weapon. And so they just dive through enemy ink and go for picks. They can get there quicker. They pose a threat once they get there. And even if they go down, they just run a bunch of quick respawns so they're back sooner. And they can try again as many times as they want. Notice how I threw the bomb from one angle and then ran and shot from the other? That was so that they took cover in the wrong direction from where they were actually about to get shot. Now, we unfortunately let this roller get through, so we have a lot less control than we would have otherwise, but I should be able to at least keep this neutral long enough to cap again. And we're just trying to paint and hold them back. I'm not trying to go in too deep right now. There we go. Nice. Got one. I was hoping someone was going to look at that. There's still someone on the right. Guys, the zone. We have 2. We collapsed on that eventually, but we could have gotten the pick if we'd just taken the fight a little earlier. Okay, that should be game. Get through this, and then we win. Okay. Whew. Yeah, the player on the right not getting shut down there could have cost us, because if they get capped there, then we don't knock out. But we eventually stopped them in time to make it work. Alright, so far so good. Seeing a lot more Exploshers all of a sudden. Explo's been popular since launch, basically. It's a really good answer to the E-Leader. Because instead of having to contest it, you know, at its range, which the E-Leader would win every time, you can contest it from behind cover, where the E-Leader can't see, because the E-Leader is line of sight. That's why Tri-Stringer is as successful as it is right now in the meta. Because despite the fact that, you know, E-Leader outranges it and has a better kill time by a lot, the Tri-Stringer can hit it while the E-Leader just can't hit shots on it. So both of those weapons are doing okay right now in that they are answers to the E-Leader, that they can function despite having their positions being aggressed. I'd love to schedule a class with you, because at this point I think I'm the problem in S+. Yeah, so I have a couple of options for that. One is that I do free VOD reviews on Tuesdays for viewers who sign up for me. Now that list is backed up a little bit, and so if you don't want to be waiting a super long time for that, then there are also lessons that I do through Metafy. Now for those, it's high enough demand that it would take me significantly away from building the YouTube channel up, so I do charge for those. And I do that through Metafy. The link can be found here. Metafy, again, is where you would sign up for that. And that's what the team did that was talking with us today. This obviously, it's not Tuesday. They paid like $15 for the 2-hour session. It's not a ton, and people have been telling me I need to raise my prices, but I don't know. It's enough for now. I'm actually filling this up on purpose because as soon as it's full, I will just be shredding it. Okay, we got them. Their feet are painted, and I should get them here, yes. It was a little bit hairy because I missed the first few shots. Okay, come on. There we go. We don't need 2 people. Okay, they missed too many shots. They probably could have had me there, but... Okay, this is a good push by them, but I did buy a lot of time. If I'm playing that with a competitive team, I think I'm able to survive in there long enough to call my teammates over and have they'll be able to have an impact on the fight I was taking. But they just didn't see that I was in trouble. Oh, crap. I'm in trouble. Yeah. Being spotted out in the open like that was going to be it. So we need to make sure we don't stagger here. Especially since I'm first up. I'm able to stop them from getting up there at least. Okay. And now we're just going to crab tank out. Okay, well, that's not going to do anything. We got 1. 1 for 3. That's a good trade, right? Oh my god, that was so clutch. Let's go! What a crab tank. Oh my god. How many of those do they have? Is that guy itemizing for, like, double toxic miss? They kind of are. They could have just shot me, you know. It didn't have to be that frustrating. Okay, we got 1 down. The formation should fall apart here. Oh no, did we not cap? Ugh. With me getting the attention of that many players on the right side and the E-leader being down, I thought we were going to be able to take mid. There's no way. Yeah. Ugh. This player, because otherwise they can go down soon. Okay, nice. Why is someone out here on the zone? There we go. That's a good stagger for us, actually. That might win us the game. Once, if I can just shred it. No, I hit him a couple times! Okay, we got the lead, we got the lead. Focus on the zone! Oh my god, there's someone behind you! That could be a KO push, but... Okay, we're good. That's game. 20 seconds, they might have a little bit of time. But it is a very strong position for us. That's nice. That's one. That's ooh, beautiful. How do you farm gear? The best that I've heard to do is actually salmon run. Because you get so many of these friggin' hats that you just keep farming chunks off of those, and you also get some chunks as rewards sometimes, and you get money to be able to scrub gear with. So I think you just get more out of salmon run than you do from playing the regular game. We'll go for another comp here. Losing by 1 point is actually very common, because a lot of the time losing by 1 point means that they chose exactly the right time to start defending and stopped you from getting lead. It's interesting how awkward it is to hit that. Hydras go crazy if they get to hit their shots. They don't go crazy if they get suppressed. I think Nautilus needs a more aggressive special, but Point Sensor is, I think, underrated on it. Like, in this game, Point Sensor is stronger in general because of the prevalence of Ninja Squid and how little space you have to worry about someone flanking you from. I think Point Sensor weakens the better the maps get. We got control of this side, and we back way up. You know there's someone around the right-hand side here. Let's see if I can just pop them here. Yep. Ah, didn't save me in time. Now it's Valimar. Valimar's a viewer. You are getting really close there, sir. Oh, there's a Zipcaster out. I don't want any of this. Where did they... Why are you here? You could have killed me. You were just taking a position where you could see me from. Did we trade that, or are they still out there? This is suicidal. I get one anyway. At least it was a junior. At least it was a painting weapon. Oh boy. See if we can get up there, because they've had a... Oh. Nope, they know that's coming. The X-Blow has been up there the entire game, and it's a really predictable position, but I haven't been able to get somewhere where I could actually get up there and stop them, so they're able to stay there for the time being. I don't know why nobody's painting this sponge. This is a really useful sponge. What the heck is that lag? I almost popped crab. I'm just popping it a little bit too late every time. This isn't the end of the world, but we do need to cap soon. Or this becomes a problem. They don't have penalty. Oh, they're trying to flank. Shoot, and I didn't mean to drop. Crap! Alright, that's 2 down. Now we need to paint zone. And... Are you kidding me? Is this the same... It's the same comp we had earlier, except replaced with the Charger with an E-Leader. Why is it giving me so many double try strength? This is not a thing. Oh. I didn't realize there was a third over here. We capped somehow, but... I am not okay with this. Oh, there's someone behind me. Well, that's neat. Ah, man. You're still here. And they can just live here because I'm the only player that actually beats them in a 1v1 up close. The only weapon, I should say, because I did beat them in a 1v1 up close. We need this cap. Oh, and I'm dead to the bomb. No, I'm not! Okay. Man! That is obnoxious. Finally. Oh, we didn't cap? Man. Ugh. Man. I do not blame my teammates in the slightest, because that was way closer than it had any right to be, but that comp was just awful. Like, we were outslaying them straight up and just could not get to the zone. was doing the worst out of anybody there, and I was still positive. I mean, the Splatoon community isn't that big. If you start narrowing things by skill level, and especially by, like, region, so, like, the Americas, for example, it's going to be relatively common that you run into somebody that you know. Not like every game, but you start getting up there, there are only so many players that are right at exactly the same skill level as you. Alright. Later, Exoroni. Thanks for watching. They can paint, just not as well as most weapons. Whew. That was actually really well played between Killer and I. That was good teamwork there. We covered every angle we needed to. I want to walk back and actually talk about how that fight played out on the replay afterwards. Someone on the zone. Ooh, close one. Almost walked right into that. Just gonna paint up a little bit of zone so they can't cap it as easily. And since I'm sort of close to Crab, okay. I maneuvered those missiles so that they landed off the zone. I'm playing a more supportive role here because we don't have a lot of painting weapons. And we have two blasters whose entire job is just going to be getting picks. So I can focus more on just keeping zone tidy. Nova looks interesting. Hello, been watching your YouTube content and been getting a lot of good tips. Wanted to say thanks for the advice. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Nova, I need more information on that because it feels really redundant right now. It doesn't feel like we need another shooter weapon, but I don't know. Maybe the kit is good. Maybe the main weapon brings something that a squeezer doesn't. Hard to say how that'll go. I really don't think we needed another shooter. It would have been good to have, you know, another of the new weapons maybe. Well, I don't know. They probably don't know enough to balance a new Splatana or a new bow yet. Like, they're locked into any new Splatana or bow that they design for the rest of the game's lifespan. And if they look at how the Splatana or bow are doing right now, and they're like, well, they're underperforming, but it turns out that they're underperforming because people just don't know them as well as the other weapons yet, that could be a problem. That could just accidentally design something that's too strong into the game. So that is to be avoided for sure. Okay. That is actually a pretty good one for me to bump up. Don't really care that much about this. Well, it could be useful. We'll see what the other options are. I want it. Do I want it as much as the other? Yeah, let's just grab it. That's kind of a neat shirt. I'll take it. Nah. Not a huge fan of the fashion on this one. Alright, let's go back and get... Do I want the Squid Vader cap or do I want the Squid Beak's shield more? I'll go for Squid Vader cap. I like the look of it better. Thank you, Christopher. Great seeing the teacher play. Are you taking weapon requests? Wanted to see how you play a certain weapon. Yeah, go for it. Well, what is it you want me to play? I'll do a couple games. Probably not in the series anymore, but I did just finish the series, so that's fine. Favorite deep cut song so far? I don't know the music well enough because I haven't been using it in enough videos. You have a guide on how to best use the snails from the Splatfest? Snails are best used... so you can use them in a few ways. You can use them to add extra slots to gear, which seems pretty redundant given that you can just wait for that gear to come around in the shop if you've got the time. It can also be used to farm for chunks. That's usually the way I ended up using it in Splatoon 2 after I had all of the gear that I wanted at 3 slots. Because it was just a faster way to get all the chunks that I needed for a certain build once I knew what that build was going to be. Oh my god, thank you so much, Christopher. Spends $10 on the question and then $20 on the answer to the... Oh my god, thank you. That's very generous of you. Okay, Jet Squelcher. This is probably one of the weapons I've played the least so far. Yes, that is true. I have played it 0 times. Okay, what am I running here? I'm just farming special? I feel like, I'm just trying to think, like, what is my game plan? Like, what do I even want to use this for? LDE is probably not a bad bet. Because what this weapon used to do was it would basically play like an anchor support. It would farm special very quickly and then pop that special from a safe distance, and the specials that it got were backline specials. They were missiles and stingray, 2 of the strongest specials in the game, and specials that you don't need to be anywhere near the enemy team to use effectively. And so it just didn't need to engage. It painted a lot so that your team had paint to work with, and then as soon as any fight broke out, it had specials. Inkvac is not a spammable special, nor is it a particularly useful one at top level of competitive play. It has, like, niches, but it's not super strong. And this also has line marker. So, in general, it's not doing too hot right now. But we'll see what we can make happen with this. What do I want? I want run speed. Let me look up what people are running on this right now. So I could not tell you what I would want to do with this. I guess maybe people are going to spam VAC with it. Yeah, okay, people are running a ton of special charge, is what they're doing. And they're just using it for VAC as much as they can get it. Alright, makes sense. Let's grab some special charge. So LDE is probably still good because that'll give us more ink and therefore more special because we can charge it quicker. Probably don't want the sub power up necessarily, but... And then a little swim speed never hurt. Although... Okay, they're all running Object Shredder, actually. Interesting. Let's see what Object Shredder shoes I've got. I don't have a lot, actually. I mean, these give me Intensify Action, which isn't really what I'm looking for. Oh, these are fine. Yeah, those are some utility subs that are valuable. Okay, so the subs are definitely not in order here, but this is about what people are running right now. This looks so silly. So I will go and play those matches in just a second. Just need to use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Line marker, I believe, is like from a Japanese translation, and then angle shooter, I think, is what the American translation is, or something like that. They're just 2 different like versions of it that are used interchangeably, I guess. I like line marker because it's literally a marker and it marks a line. Like, that makes more sense to me than angle shooter. Like, is it shooting angles at you? So, I realize that I was going to go back and talk about a replay here. So, if you'll pardon me for just a second, Christopher, there was one fight that I wanted to look at in that Eeltail Alley match. Was this the one where it was me and... Yes. So I wanted to watch the opening fight here and talk about my positioning, because we did some smart things here to cover each other. Okay. So I do a big weird thing here and end up dropping down onto this platform. And so ultimately, actually, let's back up just a second so I have some information on who's chasing us. So I go up over the top, and we know that there's player to the front of me center, a player to the top left, and the top left is a threat to me. And I realize that the player in the center is going to chase me if I drop down dead center, so I have to drop over to the right. Killer's already here, we back up, and so here's how we cover each other. So I see that there is a curling bomb coming to the right, and so I pre-fire it so nobody can get through, and meanwhile Killer is watching the left-hand side in case someone comes forward. The zone gets capped, and so I paint a way out of that, and make sure, of course, I'm covering the left here, Killer is covering the right. I realize that I'm getting shot at, and so I back up, and look at where Killer is at this angle. There's no way that this player can deal with both Killer and me at the same time. So Killer is able to do a little bit of extra damage, and so when I start firing, they're already weak, and they aren't able to get anybody down before we clean them up. And then, because we're backed up so far already, when this other player starts coming in... Let's see. Because I'm so backed up already to get away from the player who was chasing me down, this player on the left, we can kind of see that coming and already, like, deal with it. And I take a different angle, player from the middle takes them out. So, that was a really good angle that they took in particular to not crowd me, to make it so that this 2v1 was very winnable, despite the fact that all the weapons were in range. So, well played to them on how that went. I use +5/+5. I use all of the sensitivity the game will give me. Alright, here we go. Let's see what I can do on Clam Blitz. Clam Blitz Mincemeat is not a bad place to have an ink vac, actually. Like, if I can get up onto their truck and kind of walk a push in with it, that's an idea. Now, I am not very experienced on ink vacs, so... And this weapon is basically here to farm that, so... This is going to be a little bit tricky. But I will see what I can do. Does this... Oh my god, does Angle Shooter not combo? The Angle Shooter just counts as another jet shot. It's not even gonna decrease the amount of shots I need to splat. Why should I ever throw this thing? Oh no. Okay, let's see. Alright. We've got a decently aggressive comp. Interesting, we've got both of the midline splatlings here. I guess I should probably be... Because I can't really do much from this position. I might be able to reach a little bit. Yeah, but I can't get very far. Does this reach? I'm getting aggressed from bottom left now. Let's see if I can drop it here. Nope, nope. Nice direct! Okay, the burst bomb saves that play. Oh no. I'm just trying to paint the area around the baskets, because I know I'm not going to get much done in the way of slaying. Oh, there's still someone there. Shoot. I thought they dropped. But we stopped him at not that many points. It's just we don't have a lot of mid control right now. I'm trying to get as much paint as I can. For one thing, so we can move, but for another thing, is ink vacking is what I'm here for. Fire that up there and see if that hits anything. Oh boy. I don't feel like I'm able to do too much, because I just don't have a lot of kill threat. I'm jumping out. Oh, that's 3 down. Let's go. Just a Hydra. Did our crab tank go down too? Shoot. We got 1 for 2 on that? I probably should have given the ball to somebody else, because they could have at least scored it, but we wouldn't have had control. Man, I tried. Tried to paint them out of there. It's not a very fast painter. It like, on a certain position. It paints a lot, but in, like, a variety of different spots, so it's not, like, immediately useful paint. There we go. Ah, well. There is still someone flanking us left, if I correct. Okay, we got him. Nice. Once I'm in with that, if I don't have teammates following me in, there's not a lot that I can do. Okay, that's 1 marked. I'm still kind of labbing out that objective play. I did not mean to drop at all. Run back like this. I can give information to my teammates. I guess that's something. Trying to get into a position where I can vac. This is difficult. Thank you. Someone dropped. Nice. Nah. Drop the plan. There we go. We're going in 2 different directions, and the one that I chose was wrong. I'm not gonna have a vac by the time this is done. Unless, well, there's a lot of paint to be had. Okay, let's get going. Too slow. Oof. Alright. I'll keep trying, because that was literally my first game ever on the Splatoon 3 Jet Squelcher, and I want to give it a fair shot. I continuously lose, but I get top splats, objective, and paint. Is it safe to assume I'm not the main cause of the loss? you want to have, I mean, top splats is good. Best KD ratio is better. Like, you'd ideally want to also not have a lot of deaths. Deaths are a big deal. There are some deaths that are more important than others. So, for example, if you are first up and you go down again, that's a really bad one to take, and that's something that can make have a really detrimental effect on your team. Explain why Jet has higher damage per shot than Heavy. I mean, it's... I'd rather that be the case than the opposite, because the Jet has a way lower fire rate. I don't know if you'd break this thing by making it a 3-shot kill at this point, with the kit that it's got. You could definitely break it by giving it a better kit, and even just giving it a better kit is really all it needs. But this particular weapon, you could make this 3-shot, and I don't know whether it would be meta or not. The ink off the ground. That would be interesting if it could do that. I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing for the game. Makes it contest Pro's niche. Pro has a niche? Hi, Kitty. I think you mean the squeezer. But see, the squeezer has a special that is desirable competitively in a lot of situations. Oh. We're all watching. It's not gonna happen. Being this far forward, but it is kind of nice being able to do that sort of thing. We just got to back up a little bit once we start getting pushed by a stamper. Nice. Nice. Oh, crap. Yeah, that was a little bit too aggressive of me, but we still win these fights. So let's get some clams together and get moving forward. That right there is shooter privilege. I should have been dead for the range that I was at, except that I am able to paint my feet quickly. Let's go. Y'all saw that, right? That was nice. Oh. Now this is neat. Okay, nice. I don't know why that player ran right by me. I had a power clam, and they just, like, didn't shoot me. so... I don't know. I just need to hit one shot, and I did not. Oh, that's obnoxious. There we go. I moved this time. I didn't walk and shoot. I should be hitting these shots. There we go. Nice. I'm being very impactful this match. It's still a good main weapon. I didn't really get much done there. That's not exactly the angle I was hoping for. Oh, crud. Well, that was a little annoying. That's not going to stop anything. I should probably get up top. Okay, we won it. You're given the tools to make your own Splatoon maps, add them to the game. What kind of maps would you add? Theme, design, etc. I don't know about theme, but I make squares. Not rectangles, squares. That's my contribution to the design there. Okay, we'll do one more. Thank you, Chris. Circles, probably also fine. Circles would be interesting. Wahoo was almost that. But then they decided to just scrunch the middle and make it an hourglass, and that's a problem. But definitely squares. Hexagons, I mean, sure, we can do hexagons. But the idea is we need the maps to not be significantly longer than they are narrow. That is just a fundamental problem of the maps that have been designed so far. That they create choke points, that they are too difficult to come out of mid from. Doing okay. They do have a... Why are they rolling around in their Zipcaster? Okay, nice. Oh boy. No way I just beat a Nautilus in a 1v1 at point blank. That should not happen. That's squid surging for you. It's a great movement technique. Very, what am I doing? It's great for safely putting yourself in range of the opponent and not offering significant benefit for doing so. This is a frontline play, and I do not know why I'm the one who's stopping this. We should go down. Yes, we there. I have a weapon. I will stop you if you decide to disrespect my weapon. Oh, well, okay, we're good. We'll stop there. Oh. Okay, good collapse, good collapse. And somebody's gonna score, not that we should, but we're going to. That player is probably gonna die here if they don't run away. Okay, they got a crab. We might be able to save this. Yes, we do! Okay. Okay, well, I did not set this well up. I set this up well enough for my team, but at least I get a trade. I was trying to get them to go to the left with me with the power clam, but I probably should have this wayed and then waited to see if they did that. Oh. Okay. Okay, well, some crazy defense there, but we got it. Oh, I don't want to land those missiles near my teammates. Shoot! Whew. We're gonna back up. Can we safely take this? Yes, we can. I'm not leading my shots enough because I'm not used to being this long range with this projectile speed. Okay, so far so good. I'm just really worried because we've been on defense for most of this game. Okay. Give me one, give me one, give me one, give me one. Frontline move. This is not a thing I should be doing. I'm just thinking, like, I'm playing a shooter, so this is what I do. That is not what I do. That is fine. We still win the game. You convinced me I'll try Squelcher? Oh no. Jet with Heart of a Slayer. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, main weapon is great. If you want to like be playing this weapon on a better kit, practicing it now is not a bad idea. But the kit that it's got is just not that strong for it. I forgot how cool the main weapon could be. The main weapon is really neat. It's a very versatile back midliner kind of thing. It can just put shots wherever you want it to put shots and move like a shooter. Like, I like that aspect of it. That's not whatever got highlighted in competitive play. The because it was always more valuable to just spam those high-value specials. But it has potential. We can fix it. All right. Where are... Oh, this is it. This is it. And then I have this and this. Okay. How's the fire rate? It's much slower compared to the Splattershot Pro. If I remember correctly. Tap, 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 tap. Well, okay. The time to kill is much slower. I don't know if the fire rate is actually slower. Because the Splattershot Pro is a 3-shot, which might be part of the reason, or all of the reason that it splats faster. Yeah, I don't know. I have to look it up. Or do like a frame-by-frame comparison. Same fire rate? Okay. So Jet is just Splattershot Pro, but what if weaker and longer range? Alright, let's go, teammate. You got this. Take him out. Nice. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. They took the exact opportunity that was available to them, and they made it work up until that point. Goodbye. What? I hit 2 shots and a burst bomb direct. Maybe I hit the burst bomb direct on the splash. I don't know. I didn't know the splash was there the whole time. We trade these? No, we don't. What? How many shots did I need on them? Had to have only been 1. I thought I already had enough. We're still down 1, so I'm not going for it yet. I do have a crab ready to go, and I will pop it to start this push. Well, we had 2 people to the left of me that I was hoping would deal with the 1 person who could threaten me there, but maybe we just didn't see them. They just did that to stall. That's smart. Ah, okay, I didn't think they had that angle. That's my bad. Ugh. I've been dead for too many of these pushes. Crab is one of the only ways onto Mahi zones. I think this is a good weapon here. It's just... you get immediately focused. So you need something else happening at the same time. Is it jukebox under the lobby? Under the lobby? Like in here? I don't see a jukebox. Is there a little face on top of the coffee cup? That's funny. Oh man, someone spilled a soda? Come on. Clean up after yourselves. May I request to see some dually sculptures? I'm trying to get better at jump cancel. Also, thanks for all that. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for the donation, Lee. Oh, the jukebox is out of bounds. Interesting. There was a question that I just missed about trading. Trades maintain the status quo 1-for-1. If you're trading any more than 1-for-1, like 1-for-2 or something, that's usually worth. Unless there's like some emergency objective play that needs to be made. Okay, I hope we get out of there. Okay, or just splat someone, that's cool. Oh. Held my breath there. Need to stop doing that in the middle of fights. Didn't get a ton of value out of that special. Oh, this guy's going down. No, they're not. No, they're not because they're umbrella. Okay, thank you, teammate. I needed that help. I could drop. Yeah, I'm not pushing forward into that. I'm backing up. Almost made it out. It's the toxicness that got me. Might be. No, not there. Not now that they are. Not paying the zone. Yeah, it's just a sprinkler. There's nobody who's actually made it out there yet. Oh my god. I'm just gonna do this. Beautiful. That's a lot of paint we got down. There we go. I'm going for the cap primarily here. There we go. Oh, this... It was unfortunate that they popped that right as I was pushing, because that just gave them vision of me as soon as I tried to flank. I hate it when I jump, and I think that the jump is perfectly safe, and then I land just totally on enemy ink. Good flank from Cal. Trying to push. I am getting a lot of pressure from the other side, so I should probably be careful about this. You are out of ink. Oh boy! You are right next to me. Oh, bro is so weak. I thought I was gonna get him. Ugh, that was too close. But we pulled it off. Yeah, that seems to be what a jukebox would do. If you could, like, select what music plays in the background instead of it just randomly cycling. I'd have a lot of chirpy chips. Opinions on throwing a suction in front of you is like a shield. So it will not shield you, but it will zone the opponent away from you. It will make it so that an opponent cannot safely approach you, because you will be splatted if you stay in that zone. That's really what that's doing. But it's not going to block any damage for you. So... It's not the most reliable thing because it just has such a slow fuse time. A splat bomb is much, much better for that application, even though the explosion radius is smaller. But you put it in a position far enough in front of them, like you know well enough in advance where they're trying to go, and that can be useful. Oh, come on. Why they? A splat bomb, yeah, that's a completely different thing. A suction bomb has a much slower fuse time, so you're a lot less likely to be able to pull that off. Didn't know. Unfortunately, I missed all of my shots. Didn't miss those, though. Stop him before you even got it off. They have to drop. And they don't have time. That was a better game. Yeah, splat bombs on charger, that's... You put it in between you and an opponent and run away, and then they have to wait a little bit. I talk about that in one of my videos. That's good. The enemy team got 1 splat. They had a DC, granted. You know, it's not on. That's not on the enemy team there, but they got 1 splat. Yeah, I mean, the blaster's gonna put himself in a corner, in a place where he can't contest me from. We'll just waste his time all day. Yep. Should probably get some food pretty soon. Starting to get hungry. And I know I don't play as well when I'm hungry. How's it going, Big Genghis, I think that says? Okay, why did I run into that? Why did I run into that? I'm so scared. Oh, man. I was kind of hoping that we could stop that from happening on the left, but I didn't know what weapon we were looking at there. It wasn't a great plan. Take a second. Pick this up. So I think we can get a crab from here. This is a bad time to pop the crab because there is nobody on my team who is alive. At least they get to drop down from here now. Oh, the blaster didn't keep watching. Woo! Ah, the charger was ready. I was hoping I'd get it over the top before they were there. I knew it was going to be close. But I can jump in behind this big bubbler, and that's safe. Now we just contest this, and be a nuisance. Hi. And you, get off of that wall. Thought I was there. Aha! Well played, well played. And now that's lead. Here's weak, nice. Good follow-up from the teammates. Cal's been doing well all game, all session. What? An auto bomb from the grave? They were spawning! I've never had that situation happen before, where they're already spawning back in on the kill cam. Ah! Just wanted to get over on the left. Okay, I see him there. Oh, okay, they're trying to get into melee range. Ooh, feel bad. No. That would have been cool. I will allow. However, no. I thought I had that. I missed too many shots. This game at this point. Autobombs run on dial-up internet now. They'll just stand there. I haven't seen that happen before. Aw. I wanted to stick with that team. What are we looking at now? Series, Tower, Undertow, and Mincemeat. We blazed. Oop, not that. Oh, it just stopped at the big bubbler? Interesting. So it's designed not to harm itself. Oh, come on. Target popping ASMR. Nice and peaceful. Pachink! Very quiet, very calm, at peace, meditative even. Pachink! Boom! Explosions! The bacon did work out? Nice. Very good. Very good. Dually Squelchers, that's right. I am so sorry. I got caught up in that game and did not switch weapons. But that is a thing that I was supposed to do. Sorry about that, Lee. I will definitely get to that on the next round. Is that jumpable? No, it's not. I'm dead. Unless they miss everything? Okay. Well, I did something cool after I messed up. Oh my god, leave me alone. Shielded crab tank. Gotta love it. Ah, there's a hard angle. Alright, that's about as far as that's probably gonna go. But, good push. That's a lot of things on the left. Nah. Committing to fire that shot got me killed. I should have just trusted that there wasn't anybody else coming to trade it back. Because we had two on the left. There was only one player unaccounted for in my head. I am guessing right on all of these reads. Oh, hello. I was kind of stuck there. If the heavy keeps tracking me, they eventually catch up to me before I can get around the corner. So I tried to cross them up, but I wasn't able to get close enough to be able to hit shots anyway. Oh, man. Okay, that's a lot of bombs. Not about that. Got the turret. Let's go. Hey. Yeah, I couldn't get the direct that time. But they're backing... What are they? That's laggy as heck. I don't even know what they're doing. I'm just trying to keep a low profile right now because they know where I am. Make it difficult for them to hit me. No way I got away from that. I mean, if they're gonna teleport, at least teleport into my shots, you know? It's only fair. I don't have any ink for this. Okay. Didn't matter. Alright, see a random kid on the CPU. Alright, I've got to play some matches on the Dooley Squelchers, because Lee asked for me to do that. Take Kitty. We can play some with Kitty. Okay, Dooley Squelchers. We definitely want to run Ninja Squid, I think. Do we have any use for that? I'm going to go and take a look at what's on Sendu.Inc. because there are like a billion different directions I could think for this build to take. They probably run a lot of main saver, and it might even be that they run it instead of Ninja Squid just because you're not going to shark with this weapon. Interesting. Running a lot of comeback and quick respawn, actually. I vibe with that. There are some people who are actually running Intensify Action, which is interesting. Okay. I can do that. Yeah, and they aren't running a lot of Ninja Squid. So we'll go with some of this and some of this. That should be a decent mix. Alright. Here's the Kitten Conga line. And Kitty, you should be able to guess the password. You specifically. Alright. What's Intensify do for Dooley Squelchers? I think it does the same thing as it does for anything else. Decreases aim RNG on while jumping. Because you're going to be spending some of your time doing jump shots like this. And I think it would decrease the aim RNG even for the single reticle jump shots. Shots are already spread. Yeah, like Intensify Action decreases the shot spread. That's the point of it. So Intensify Action is better on weapons that have really bad shot spread, rather than on weapons that are really accurate. And I don't think that... Oh, well, that sucks. I don't think Dooley Squelcher's shots out of rolls are 100% accurate, unlike... Yeah, like there's a little variety in there. You can see that they're jumping around a little bit. They're not a laser like the Splashmatics shots are. Alright. We'll bring back the Kitten Conga line. It might be at range, like, because a little bit of deviation goes a long way when you're trying to hit shots from, like, this distance. Kitty, if you would like, I can hop in a VC with you. I think you should have access to the commentary one. But that's up to you. Yeah, commentary and Squid School. There. And there's the kitty. Okay. And the Discord overlay is live. Cool. Hello. Trying to get a little bit of tape back. You're so weak over there, and I wish I could take these shots. There we go. They pushed into me and let me have them. Ooh. Man. I still got away with it. At least it was a 1-for-1. We need to get rid of that beacon. Ah, that was why we needed to get rid of that beacon. Pretty sure that squeezer came in from it. Oh, I'm probably dead to this, aren't I? Yep. Okay, well, we followed up. It was a bad fight for me to take. But because Kitty was watching, we were able to get one. What? Okay, we're all fighting on the left, I guess. Bad awareness on my part. Wave breaker would be huge. Ugh. Let me grab this and get this out of here. I keep forgetting that I have Kitty on callouts and I can just be calling stuff. I'm trying to get it out on right. There's one on the right flood here. But at this point, they're all back. That should be one down on left. Dropping it down left. There's one on me, Bringing around the Rosie gang. There we go, we got him. Yep. We squid roll the... No, we don't squid roll. The game just decides I'm jumping instead. Oh, no. Did not mean to drop. Can we... Oh, we can squid roll from the back of that. I did not know. I found out in the most perilous of circumstances. Nice. That's worth. They're so weak. But I cannot go after them. Especially since that's Trizer. I hit them like twice or 3 times, right? Darn. Wait, are our teammates an E-leader and a Hydra? I'm only just realizing this. Cool. So it's literally just us on every fight. Eh. One of them is picking up. I'm not... they need us in front to pick up. Like... oh my god. Man. We really needed one of them to be picking up the Rainmaker, and that was not happening.
Okay. Am I connected?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Do you wanna dip out of that one so we don't have to play with double backline?
Yeah.
That's... it took me way too long to realize that was what was happening, but...
I was also playing really sloppily. That was my first match of the day.
Yeah, I mean... it was just us in every fight. Like, it felt like 2v4 in some cases, just because our teammates had to play so far back.
Yeah.
So I'll remake. It'll be same pass.
Okay. I apologize for any mic being weird. I don't have a place to put it.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Kitty has been through some things in the last month or so. Hurricane things. So the current setup is like, there is a computer, there is a monitor sitting on top of the computer, and a mic sitting on top of the computer, and a keyboard in lap.
The computer is just the entire desk.
Yeah, like, there is no desk, there is only the top of the computer tower.
It's honestly not been so bad. It's manageable. It works. I can type, you know? And it's honestly better than just like a phone for me. Hey there, by the way. I don't know if my headphones turned off or something.
No, yeah, I just didn't say anything. You're good.
Just making sure.
Alright. I'm still not great at using jump tech and moving mid-jump instead of accidentally rolling a second time. That's something I gotta work on.
I'm gonna try to go hard right flank here.
Alright. I will skirmish through mid, although we should probably go for pop.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
I'm not gonna get it.
Nice.
I'm gonna try and keep these missiles away from behind.
Carbon's pushing.
One behind, one behind. Okay, we traded it. I got sniped. They're on left crate. Oh, this might be bad. Well, we'll see. I am dualies. Fear my dodginess.
I'm gonna try to charge crowd.
Sounds good. Ah! There are too many lasers! Make there be fewer lasers.
Got carbon. I'm gonna shot. You're gonna little out there now. Plus we prepare seconds respond.
They're backing up left. Oh, but the Rainmaker's going right. That is a mistake on their part. Taking the Rainmaker right in general is a mistake, but especially when there's a vac on the other side that's trying to guide you in. Okay, they're going left now. That didn't work at all.
I just have to go for like a burst bomb when they pop. But I'm almost a crab.
Trying to keep bombs in front. Got him.
Nice. I'm pushing a shot with crab.
There's one directly below right. Nice.
That hard.
They're gonna get pop. Goo
Nice.
down. One on right.
Shots on right. Yeah.
There's another one I shouldn't have dropped in that far.
Oh, I'm missing some shots. No!
Okay. Teammates followed up. Those 2 for 2. One on left.
I don't think that shot is focused so long as I can earlier.
Yeah, as long as you know it's happening. In solo queue, that's a really bad plan. Oh, no.
Sorry.
Yeah, there were missiles on all sides of me.
Yeah. I'm not really sure where I can end from. I think I just have to get crab here. I'll have it ready when I
Ah, Carbon got me. They're underneath right.
Rainmaker low. Got Rainmaker.
YouTuber over right. Ooh, hello. Well, that jump is probably dead.
Play this slower, get specials. They haven't gotten a ton of points yet. But we definitely need to get our territory back before they actually get a lot of points.
I'm ready to wave breaker.
Carbon's going towards,
Popped it.
Nice. There's a casting pop out.
Who is bottom right? I'm just gonna throw torps probably. Still one on our snipe area. Oh, on your last one up.
Oh, how did I win that? Or not win that, but escape that.
Alright, that's still not too bad.
Yeah, that's definitely doable. Just have to make sure we actually get territory back.
I'm dropping in behind them left. Oh, that didn't work.
Carbon's still behind your maker.
Not anymore.
Nice. I don't know why I called it.
One on snipe, dropping to the left of Rainmaker. I tried.
Yeah. Really snowballing, we're not getting much territory back. Carbon on a right. There's a guy in front.
Goo on left. Right behind here. I hit him so many times. Got him.
I got it. Nice. There's 3 down, 3 down.
Last one's weak. Nice.
Got
That's
him.
wipe.
I'm gonna... He's trying to get crap.
I'm almost here.
Carbon's
I'm here.
on, right.
Who's weak? Who's
Or
down?
left.
I've got to get this picked up. Oh my god, I don't have the
I'm
paint for it. We need pop. We need pop.
Oh, we need pop.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Sorry.
Yeah, they were contesting the pop, so I just couldn't pick it up at all. Ran out of
Yeah,
ink
didn't
before I could do
realize we
anything.
didn't have pop yet. That's my bad. I didn't have the nice finals for that.
It was a good opportunity, though.
Yeah,
just-
no, for sure. It just
Too
took
much
way
of,
too long
like,
to get out of
trying to run the
spawn
Rainmaker before we had any kind of control.
lock. Yeah, there was way too much spawn lock. I think just like if we preserve ourselves, just charge up special, and then you know, because that entire match was really just like doubled a lot.
Mm-hmm. I hit continue, by the way.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, Tommy the Gamer.
One thing I think about crab sometimes is I feel like it's obviously a really good special, but I feel like specifically its strength is in holding territory that you already have, so prolonging your offense, I feel like it on its own struggles to really solo carry pushes back in. It's a very good tool because it forces people behind cover, but I think it requires a bit more delicate coordination, especially on a lot of zone maps, because there's a lot of cover around zones. It just needs coordination to go with it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a booyah bomb. Like, you need someone pushing up to get anything out of it. Because
like
you use it to cut off one line of sight, so that they have to be on a different side of cover.
Whereas, like, when you're already in the space with objective, they need to push forward into you in order to stop it from getting pushed.
Do you recommend making a competitive team from scratch? Yes, because then you get to control what the team norms are. You get to set the practice schedule and, like, coordinate everything with everybody. It takes a little bit of work, but you get the team that you are looking for far more often that way.
Oh. Nice, 3 down.
Picking up. Or Pancakes is picking up.
There's a beacon behind, so just watch it out.
Okay.
Yeah, they're trying to flank. I got this. Nice.
Oh, there was a bomb.
Blaster got me. It's just Blaster though.
Teammates just going. They're not stopping it.
Honestly, what's not honestly.
We can probably keep them bottled up here. Yeah, I got another one.
Yeah. No, actually,
They jumped off. We can just try and hold here a little bit.
Would you have a teammate or a back so you just want to help us?
I'm down.
Oh, okay, doubles. I couldn't quite get caught in time.
They were expecting me to dodge roll.
Here, once you know, don't push me like that.
I got pinched.
Oh,
2 on you on left.
Yep, I'm just trying to work on them as well.
There you go, nice.
They have soda. I'm crabbing. Nice.
Nice. That's
Last
another
one
down.
behind me.
On me. Ah, I didn't jump. I rolled a second time, so I just got stuck in the roll.
Got one.
Jumping into rain.
They're
52 in front. Range on mid.
Got battles.
Range drop right. Two on left.
Got range.
Pushing around left.
Oh, okay, got me. That's rough. Might get first strike here, but...
Pancakes probably dies if they stay. Oh, no, they stayed in. Nice. Good job.
I'm getting the move with first on. One left hand spot on the move.
Got one.
I'm gonna try to counter.
Two on my ouch.
Got one.
One more in the corner. Nice. Oh, I got him.
I'm just gonna let that reset.
Yeah. One drop far left. Blaster. I didn't get him. They're coming up left. Flank left. Behind, thank you.
Oh, that's true. Oh, boy. This is a lot of them. No, I'm alive. I'm so much better. Ah, no, I died.
It's the only way out of that. There's one on our snipe already. Ha!
Just trying to get crowd if I can. Crowd in with it.
should have called for someone to watch my left.
Ooh.
Not that you would have been able to do that, because you were on the right. I'm not there.
Got Rainmaker.
There's one in our spawn. It's the 52. They got one. Oh man, I'm the only one up.
Ah, can't quite kill Rainmaker. No! Okay, it's okay.
Got one. I couldn't stop the others.
Oh, nice.
There's still 2 in our base.
Yeah.
3 now on my ouch.
Got one.
Okay, we got it picked up.
Oh, Doppel's got me. They're going around right around.
Yeah, they're forced out at this point. They rolled off.
Hello.
That's
nice.
one. Another one. Dapples. Throwing this in the mid.
To get crab. They're so bad.
That's several. There's one on right, one on right.
Yeah.
I hit him twice. Got him.
Nice.
Oh, I couldn't get there in time. It's Anai, the other player I am playing with is Kitty Faye. Alright. I'll do one more on Dually Squelchers. Someone asked, you referenced David Serlin and his Yomi writing in an older video. Are you a fan of his? I heard of the theory through the fighting game community, not through David Serlin himself. So I don't know much about the guy, but I do understand the concept that I was presenting there. Again, from having learned it from Super Smash Bros. Melee. And it's not really even a term that you'll hear that often in the Melee community. It was more that I was talking to some Melee players who also played Marvel, and that was where they got it from. Okay. Out we go. I was mid-jump and I did not want to risk booyahing and dying. Oh, I'm probably in trouble over here. I'm good, actually. Pressuring the Tri-Stringer back. Oh, Slosher came in and got me. That's a good shot.
One's trying to get her.
Yeah, I'm worried about right. That's
nice.
right.
Yeah, I have crab too. Oh, I forgot that. It's unfortunate.
Slosher's playing really aggressively.
Yeah.
Slosher on left. On our goal. Oh, what? I didn't even see. That's bad.
No, the bell. I couldn't.
I couldn't get enough shots on in time.
Unfortunate.
Alright, one more. One more on the Dually Squelchers. Wanted to say your vids have been helping this newbie a lot to learn the game. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear it.
What's the balance, do you think, between... never mind, that's just... I also guess I kind of know the answer to it if I think about it for a second.
Sloshers are offensive by nature. They offend me. Okay, cool. It's not double backline. Sending over no mahi vibes. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate those vibes. Here we have a bucket. Dear God, there's more.
They don't have a traditional player. Probably a forward.
I am out of ink. That happens very quickly on this weapon.
Nice.
2 on left, 2 on left. I screwed everything up. We're gonna roll back from this one. They're probably gonna get it over on the right, actually. I don't know I can stop them. One dropped right.
They
Go
all
down.
dropped back to get me. Yes, yes. Going on left.
There we go. Woo! Let's go. I'm finally doing dually squashers things.
Here, I almost have five. One drop left.
What? Okay, that was laggy. Fine, whatever. Okay, 2 around gold. Wave breakers do they have?
I'm just gonna keep tanking this. I really like how you starts to push.
I could probably do some sub power up with the amount of times I want to use bombs here. I accidentally hit the right stick as I was doing that roll, so I did not go and aim where I wanted to.
Oh my god, they're so low. Thank you. Oh, I'm so dead here. I was 10 missiles and had all of the trying strikes going for me.
Hey, they're not really going for rain right now. They're just trying to control.
Go on right. I'm grabbing. Oh! I think that I made their missiles. Or maybe it was off. DDS down.
I'm watching right. They're gonna try and push me on right, I think. And we win that.
I'm grabbing in the mid. Got slaw. Got CDS. Nice.
That's
nice,
white.
nice.
Oh.
Maker went in front
A
of
little
all
bit
of
earlier
those.
than I did. See if I can sneak this. Got one.
Nice.
One more. Oh, I didn't quite get the shots out in time, but they're stuck in the corner on my ouch. Good stuff.
One's down.
Alright, we've got advantage. They're dropping it out left. Unless I splat them.
Brings us, I'm gonna grab from,
Bucket in mid. Hit him a few times. Got him.
Nice, nice.
Does this hit over the wall? This had better hit over the wall, or this is going to be really useless. Ha! Alright, we got him with Wave Breaker. Oh, we got another one. Cool. It did work.
It's just that.
Man, that special, that special does not do enough. I ran out of ink. Pretty sure.
Flash on a top mid. Thanks. Bucker is trying to
They just jumped over the top of the bomb.
Just on right side of mid.
Alright, we can just keep this painted. I'm not gonna try anything. Oh, don't pick it up. Okay. Man. Alright. There was something that I almost did there that I want to test to see if it's possible. I swam backwards into a wall that was painted, and I think I probably could have squid rolled by holding directly forward and pressing B. Because my camera was turned the other way. I want to see if that's a thing you can do. Gianami says, I fought against you earlier in TC. I was sure it was a fake, but then I checked the stream and I was there. So thanks for the match. It was fun. GG, and thank you for the donation. I am more than ready for X Battles. They should have had X Battles on launch. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I want one more Unduly Sculptures. Just one more. But I also want to try this thing.
That's how all the movies start.
Kind of. The problem is the camera starts turning as soon as you hit the wall, so it's really going to come out sideways. Because as soon as you hit the wall, the camera just automatically does that on you. I am definitely starting to feel like a little bit of a lapse in concentration, because food. So I should probably get some of that pretty soon here.
I'm holding a leg stand. Like, it's resting on my legs, and I have to make sure it doesn't fall in order to not break the eardrums of a couple hundred people. And it's a distraction from having the panic strokes.
Okay, I got the X-Blow, got another. They picked up, and I am behind them, and I will hit shots eventually. There we go. Just a junior. I'm working on controlling... What? The pop got me? No, it was a bomb. Someone got in and threw a bomb. They were on the left. I was so sure that they were already dropping to mid or something. Traded the X-Blow. Flings on left, behind the left goal.
Go around right. Yeah, I'm doing it here. I'm just gonna try to hit control.
Junior down. I'm down to X-Blow. Someone left goal, like our left goal. There we go, we got him. I'm just trying to bomb the right side of this. There's one pushing me, got him. Another one going for it. They should go down soon. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna use wave to get us into mid.
Expo's on our right. Swings this here too.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that. I got them, but I'm down to bomb. Junior left goal is bombing a lot.
Nice. That's not a good crab. Ooh. Okay, let's push it to the left. I think I can crab.
One flanking mid.
Nice.
Don't go for immediate pickup because they'll be watching, but if we get it, we get...
I'm gonna shove this swing zone.
They grabbed. We did stop it in time, and we have numbers, kind of?
And with Void Breaker and Missile. Nice, they're 3 down. Go, go, go.
Alright. That's progress anyway.
Yeah.
They dropped it off.
I'm gonna jump to the beacon on the right. And I'm gonna see if I can flank. No, teammate's already going for flank.
Yeah.
Just keep
I'm down right.
I don't like right now. I'm jumping out.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, got flings up.
I'm almost a crab.
Got another with bomb.
Junior's on me.
Junior weak. Hit him twice. Behind you. Or behind our teammate. Shoot. We delayed it a little bit, but now we're getting pushed.
Every time I keep getting caught, this is so unfortunate.
I hit him a couple times, but I couldn't get there.
Oh, our dualies jumped to a beacon way behind. I don't know what they were doing there.
Yeah.
It was a good idea earlier in the match, but I just don't think. It's a risky play, but it could have worked. Just not when they were pushing to pedestal.
Yeah, it's a play that just takes too long.
Yeah.
All right.
Last duel again?
Yeah, I'll stop from there, and I need to go and grab some foods. So, okay. So the dualies were 2 and 10 with 0 tactic rulers. So it seems like they were probably doing that flank a lot and not getting a lot of value out of it most of the time. Okay. Everyone's like, one more. Yeah, I'm going to eat some food. I'm not going to shut stream down yet. I'll probably... because I've got to get some food going first. And then... yeah, I'll probably just make some soup for now and eat a little bit more later. But I'll be right back. Should be more than a minute or two. All right. Is Chibi still here? Or Kitty? Hello? Kitty cat? Meow? Kitty is absent. So I'll probably do a little bit of Q&A, but I have something I gotta do, so I'm gonna go. I'll eat and do some Q&A, but I will probably not be playing any more games tonight. I'll be right back. Soup.
My mic
Soup
stopped
get.
working.
I'm gonna
Oh,
try and
God.
keep this
I just think
away
the
from the
cable's
mic
being stupid.
so that the clanking of the spoon does not bother, because I have been told that that is loud on the mic. New to Splatoon, does it have an in-game chat? Not for like solo matchmaking. There might be some way that you can do it through Nintendo Switch Online, but nobody uses it. If you're gonna do call-outs with people, you're doing it over Discord. So you're meeting teammates in advance and like trying to get with people who you know. And I think that is actually a positive thing for the game overall. I think it has made it a much more inclusive space because you're not hearing 12-year-olds use slurs against you when you try to play, which is a very positive thing. I have spilled some soup. I'll be right back and get some paper towels so that I can dry this up. Brilliant. Brilliant, Jim. Well played. Well done. Good job. We're all proud of you. Yeah, there are a lot of people who will defend the experience of having 12-year-olds use slurs against you, and I'm not one of them.
I think I got my mic to work
Mm.
again. It decided it didn't want to anymore. I feel like I can't move it at all, though. I think the sensitivity might have reset.
I see. Well, I don't know if you were around to hear it, Kitty, but I am done with playing for the night. I'm just going to be hanging out and answering some questions while I finish my soup. But thank you for playing with me. That was fun.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll get a nice little panoramic view here.
Here's my question for you.
Okay.
What's your problem with the Splattershot Pro? Huh?
It's
not good enough for you?
It's good, but just outclassed, is my take. Like, I think that, like, FLC is on an anti-pro crusade, and he has a point, which is that there's nothing that the pro does that isn't better done by other weapons. But I don't think, like, I think a lot of people overvalue, like, they look at a weapon and they're like, okay, if it's outclassed, then it's bad. And it's not bad. It's just a little bit worse than a good thing. So, will it ever see use? No. In like, top-level play. But would it be more effective than, say, an Undercover Umbrella? Oh, heck yes. It has one of the best specials in the game, and it has decent, like, mid-range slaying power. That is a thing that you cannot say about the Undercover Umbrella.
Well, I just think that you like Squeezer too much.
So I think it's, like, aggressively mid.
Well, I think you are aggressively mid. No, you're great. Your channel is too. Anyways, have fun with the Q&A. Thanks for...
Z-Tech, if there was something that bothered you, please reach out in DMs to one of the mods or to myself. We try to keep stuff between the people that it is between and not share that on public forums. Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, Salt Spray. Salt Spray is fun, but Salt Spray is bad. I don't like. It's got that kind of. I had this opinion about mincemeat as well. That like, if people aren't playing well, then there are a lot of things about the map that is fun. But as soon as people are trying to win, oh, it's so painful to play. Oh my god. This of all times is when you come to try and visit me? Are you trying to get me to spill more soup? I don't know if you all can see, but Romeo is in my lap right now. Yeah, there's a little bit of a... There's a tail. It's Romeo. Yes. He's here. My worry is that tail goes in soup. And tail gets fur in soup. So I am draping my right arm over tail to inhibit it from going into soup. Okay, so now it's got to be left arm that is the tail inhibitor. And and he's on the armrest now. And rubbing his head against my elbow. That is fine. That is actually a good place for him to be.
Tell Romeo we love him.
They love you, Romeo. You don't know what that means, but rest assured it's a good thing. Quick. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I think that given that you can just get on Discord and meet teammates and have coordinated play from that, we don't need there to be a voice chat option in solo queue. Like, there are some games, yes, where like everybody has a good mindset about it and it's fun. But there would always be the risk that you're taking of exposing yourself to someone else's tilt. Like, tilt is contagious. And I think on the whole, it would hurt the experience of more matches than it would help. Romeo's wonderful, and I love him. Yeah. He's a little bastard, but he's a cool little guy too. Yeah, I think solo queue would definitely benefit from at least using the left and right input on the D-pads. Like, I've said before, I think push objective and be careful are literally all you need otherwise. If you've got those two, plus the two that already exist, or the three that already exist, I guess, with ouch, I think you're golden. I think that is pretty much all you would need to tell anybody. I'm just saying play objective. Like, so if you're on defense, if like they have it, when you say play objective, you mean defend objective. And if you're on offense, and you have the objective, then you could say play objective. So it's like, if the tower rider gets splatted, you ping play objective. If someone else should pick up the Rainmaker, you ping play objective. If you're at the basket and you need extra clams, you can ping play objective. There would be some nuances to it, and there would have to be some learning that would take place about how you learn to understand what those things mean. But I think it's something that you could figure out if you have the right game plan. What's the best way to carry the Rainmaker if you're not good at shooting it? Go into... Thank you for the raid, Lumo. It's Lumo Phoenix. Lumo Phoenix is a cool salmon run streamer that has been on a couple of our streams to give input on salmon run things, because that is not my forte. They are a cool squid. Go and give them a follow. But in this game, you can go to recon mode, and you can just set it to Rainmaker, pick the Rainmaker up, and roam around with the Rainmaker and learn what you got to do with it. The general idea with the Rainmaker is that your shots are really slow, so you're putting them in places where you don't want your opponents to be able to go to. You're trying to play more preemptively. Unless you can hit like direct shot right in the noggin, it's gonna be tricky for you to be able to actually splat people with it. Ooh, here we go. So, what would you recommend to go pro? Are we talking splatter shot pro? Or are we talking about, like, play the game professionally? Alright. Oh, am I gonna explode? Oh, I am gonna explode. That's annoying. Well, so I have a charge. First of all, there's a very uncharged shot that you can fire. And this is actually really useful for movement. So, like, if you need to dunk, then this is actually usually the best way to paint the wall for yourself, because it's so quick. Then you've got... Can I... No, I can't clear this. And then you've got the full charge shot. I think it's just the half charge, or the semi-charge. It might go a little bit further. Hold on. So that's the most uncharged I can fire. Okay, it goes a little further the longer you charge it, but it's basically the same thing. And then the full charge shot, it'll paint a little bit longer. So, like, if you're trying to move and there's nothing in your way, the fastest way to move is with the full charge shot. So, like, if nobody's contesting you, then you want to full charge, fire that, swim all the way to the very edge of it, and then fire a full charge shot again, and just keep going from there. The full charge shot, this ball that's around it here, if the opponent is in that during the explosion, so right now, that is lethal. So what you can do is, if you know someone's going to push you, you put this in between you and them. And so now if somebody were over here trying to come at me, and I just do this, they either have to stay back or they get splatted. And that buys me some time. So I can put that there and then swim backwards. and do this kind of thing. And just keep this in between me and them. And we win. Without getting splatted. What happens if the Rainmaker timer runs out? Yeah, you blow up, and that explosion is almost as big as the Rainmaker shield explosion. Like, it is huge, and it will splat your teammates if you're too close to them. So if that's about to happen, you gotta run away from them. After the lesson, we 4-0'd the other team in CCA, and we finished all the matches undefeated. Let's go! Good job, guys! Yeah, no problem. Only the freshest can hold the Rainmaker without blowing up. Sure. Yeah, let's go with that. You've never heard me swear? Yeah, I haven't been listening long enough. I've definitely done it on stream. I have a sort of like PG-13 policy. It's like, for myself, not for other people. You don't get to follow this rule, but for myself, it's like, that you know how in movies, you can keep your PG-13 rating if there's only one F-bomb? I try to keep myself to that. Yeah. I think that the... there's a complicated... I have a complicated opinion about cursing, which, like... I think that the words are simultaneously seen as worse than they really are a lot of the time. Cursing, not using slurs, big difference. And also that a lot of the time they are used in less effective ways, or ways that, like, you either have to desensitize yourself to the word, or they're just, like, bludgeoning someone with the words and it's too much. Can I have the F-bomb this stream? No. Get the F out of here. Do you think Zinni will be meta? What does it even have? Was it Toxic Mist and... Oh, I can't remember. I'd need to look up the tweet. I think I retweeted this, so I can probably just scroll and find it pretty quick. Yeah, there it is. Toxic Mist Big Bubbler. Big Bubbler is going to make it a competitor for the juniors role. Toxic Mist is not what it wants at all. Man, that weapon just can't catch a break. They blew its best, like, I don't know if best, but one of its best options for a sub-weapon on literally the worst special in the game. And now they give it a really good special, but the sub-weapon is really weak. Like, let Mini have a good kit for once. Like, Nautilus got to have a good kit. Why can't Mini have a good kit? Mini's always got to have some aspect of it that's just kind of not great. I don't think the main weapon deserves that. Yeah, you got to make that one per stream count. Exactly. Like, the day I use an F-bomb in my videos, it's gonna bleeping mean something. Can you please swear as a treat for us? Man, you guys are just like middle schoolers. There has been no difference between your teenage years and now. I hope your evening is nice and wonderful. Yeah, I hope yours is too. Okay. Is Ultra Stamp really worse than Reef Slider? I think so. Because Ultra Stamp, basically all you can do with it is Shark and try to get the jump swings on people. But the sound cue is clear and obvious enough that people should know when you're in the area and when it's coming. Otherwise, all you can do is throw it, which is worse than just having a Trizuka. Reef Slider, there are actually some opportunities where you will trap people with that, and they do not have the ability to react in time. And there are also some times where you can use it and its invincibility to traverse a dangerous area of the map and get to the other side safely. Not very many, but there are at least some. What about Arashi? I'm missing context for that question. Should have the bleep sound at the ready and just fill it in when you're talking. Now, I just like saying bleep. I think there's a shtick to that. All right, good night, Muffin King. Every map feels like it forces you to push only with displacement special or lucky shark. Does anyone feel the same? It's much less like that than it was in Splatoon 2. In these maps, you're forced to play pretty aggressively so that you can control more of the map after a fight happens and be able to start your push from there. So it's actually a lot less stall-oriented than Splatoon 2 was, mostly because of the non-existence of a couple of the global specials that you had. Oh, what the cuss. Yeah, that's a good one. Just what the insert swear word here that they're literally saying. Ah, cat. Okay. Picked up my Switch twice in the past 5 hours and tilted into quitting both times. Definitely, it is possible to play and lose repeatedly and not to tilt. It is difficult, but it is something that you can do, and it's something to work toward, I would say. Definitely, stop playing if you're tilting, but also it's worth working towards tilting less. Reverse irony of just saying frick instead for the bonus cringe. I see. Have Romeo meowing on soundboard and use it for censorship. What the meow? That's... Well, one day I'll have a soundboard. That's a thing I'll have, I'm sure. H**K. That's a pretty long word to commit to the bit. All right. I'm going to get going, everybody. We're going to head over and raid Carrot. Carrot was a member of the very first set of teams that we played in Ludi ever. Back in either late 2018 or early 2019. Was a member of Sploot Troops, which eventually broke off to become Destiny Troops. But Carrot is friend. And so we're going to go and raid Carrot. So, thank you everybody for watching. If you are interested in seeing more of me, I have a Twitter, I have a Discord, I have a TikTok, and a YouTube, and all this stuff. And if you want to support me, I also have a Metafy, where I will give you private lessons in exchange for money, and a Patreon, in which you will give me money, and you will get to decide things like what weapons we play in Silly Comp Sundays and stuff like that. So you can consider those and click those links if they seem especially clickable to you. But we're gonna go and head over and say hi to Carrot. School's out, everybody. Have a good night.